2024 Board of Supervisors meeting. I start this meeting at 9 a.m. If everyone would please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then followed by an invocation by Reverend Jeff Woods from First Christian Church, Turlock.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, this morning's agenda, connected as it is with the conclusion of our current fiscal year and the beginning of a new one, shows us how broad the scope of our community life is. And it reminds us of the awesome responsibility we've entrusted to our County Board of Supervisors, administrators, department heads, and county staff. In this morning's meeting, we will recognize members of the wider community as well as members of our community, of our county employees, all for whom we are grateful and give you thanks. Our consent calendar highlights a breadth of civic involvement for which we are grateful, as a host of individuals are appointed or reappointed to committees, councils, commissions, and boards, and as moves are made to consolidate area elections along with tax and bond measures with our upcoming presidential election, all in an effort to wisely steward our county's resources. We're also reminded of the wide array of services provided throughout the year by our county and the tremendous amount of financial resources needed to undergird them so that we fulfill our obligations to each sector of our society. Thank you, Father, for our Chief Executive Office that, with the approval and direction of our county supervisors and the cooperation of agency, program, and department heads, oversees the distribution of these resources, often having to balance the interests and concerns of a wide range of stakeholders from across our community who at times hold very strongly differing, even competing viewpoints and convictions. Given the complexity of all that is involved in the smooth running of our county, I ask that you, who are the true source of all wisdom, would guide us as we come together in this hour to seek the greater good of our whole community, giving wisdom, discernment, and courage to our leaders as they deliberate, and to us as we speak to one another. For I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor, for those words. Really appreciate it. All right, next we move on to presentations. First presentation, June 2024, as Pride Month in Stanislaus County. And conducting that presentation will be Roman Scanlon, who's the Executive Director of Cal Pride Stanislaus. Roman.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Roman Scanlon. I'm the Executive Director for Cal Pride Stanislaus. I want to thank you guys for your time. We don't actually have a presentation, so to speak. It's more just a thank you for all the help and for everything that you guys have done to be able to allow us to have a safe space here in Stanislaus County. In the last 5 years, we're able to grow from Stanislaus County out to Sonora as well as to Merced. We cover 7 counties now, and with that, we have served over 3,000 people yearly. To be able to find a safe space for not only a place to find other like-minded individuals, a place to find those who support, encourage, and assist with the the well-being of each individual. We cover 7 counties. We cover Stanislaus, Merced, Madera, Amador, Mariposa, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties. And we recently changed our name to Cal Pride. With that, it's unlocked a lot of amazing opportunities for us to do advocacy work over at the state capitol. Currently, I'm up for a position as a commissioner with the state of California under the LGBTQ Commission. I recently got the endorsement through Equality California, which is going to unlock a plethora of opportunities for us to continue to grow. With that comes a lot of eyes and attention on us as well while we grow. So the support that you guys have given us throughout this time will continue to help us shed light on the inequities of the LGBT community, especially during this time during Pride Month, which is June, but also throughout the year. For that, we want to extend our thanks and gratitude for everything that you guys have given us as far as a place to get together, a place to share our life experiences, to grow, and to be able to advocate for those that come from communities that don't have anyone to assist them. So thank you.
Well, good morning, Roman. Thank you for everything you do to represent the LGBT community here in Stanislaus County. It's great to hear that you might be a representative in a statewide position that would benefit and allow more opportunities for advocacy and support. I know our county is supportive, and hence today we acknowledge June as a National Pride Month, and what we appreciate of acknowledging this recognition is that Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for our Stanislaus County LGBTQ community. So with that, this is a proclamation from the Board of Supervisors, and we really appreciate and acknowledge everything you do to make everybody feel comfortable and accepted here in Stanislaus County. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Good luck on the appointment. All right, well, thank you so much for that. And next is a presentation for recognition of the 2024 Employee Mentors. And Tina Rocha from the Chief Executive's Office will be conducting that presentation. Morning, Tina.
Good morning, everyone. I know we have a very packed agenda. This will be a brief presentation, but we did want to take a few minutes to recognize our 2023-2024 Employee Mentor, Employee Mentors. So just a brief program history. This program was started as a pilot in 1998 by an assistant executive officer named Keith Boggs. The program was launched as a way to mentor, teach, inspire, and provide role models for at-risk youth in the community. In 1999, it became an official county program, and then between 2010 and 2015, it actually received some recognition both regionally and nationally. It received a challenge award from the California State Association of Counties and was also recognized as a best practice by the National Association of Counties. Unfortunately, during 2020 and 2021, we did need to pause the program due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But we did relaunch it in 2022, and in the spirit of one of the county values of we are good partners, we actually partnered with Sierra Vista Child and Family Services to bring the program back online. With Sierra Vista, they have a very comprehensive training program that prepares the volunteers to be successful working with the mentors and gives them guidelines to working with students that may need some extra help or attention during the mentoring program. In the 2023-2024 program, we added some new elements. Thank you to Sierra Vista. There were monthly student updates provided to the teachers. There was on-site administrative support at all of the school sites. They had weekly programming and goal-setting information that was shared out with the mentors. And we also increased the mentoring sessions from 30 minutes to 1 hour. So just some quick by the numbers. There were 44 members participating in the program, 17 of which were county staff. There was 115 students that received mentoring, and there was just almost 2,000 hours of time devoted to these mentees. And the 6 schools that were supported through Modesto City Schools was Burbank, Franklin, Kirshen, Shackelford, Wilson, and Orville Wright Elementary Schools. So what did the data tell us in 2024? That just about half of the teachers reported an improvement in the students' academic performance. Just shy of 85% of the students said they felt heard and supported by their mentors. And almost 95% of the mentors said they did plan to mentor again the following year. And 5 of the 6 teachers said that they would be recommending this program with the partnership of Sierra Vista and Stanislaus County. So just wanted to share that. And you can see one quote from a 2nd grade teacher on the screen. It says, "Overall, I would rate my students' experience as very positive. It is helping my student build the resilience and coping mechanisms for student success." And we had the opportunity to attend a end of the year banquet hosted by Sierra Vista, and hearing some of the comments, not only from the teachers, but the school administrators and the mentors themselves, it was very moving. And there was a few times there wasn't one dry eye in that room. So very, very impactful program. Wanted to give a special thanks to Ann Allison with Sierra Vista. I did see her walk in somewhere. There she is. She spearheads this for Sierra Vista. Yeah. And does a fantastic job and is very passionate about making sure that we can give the best service to those children that deserve it. So with that, I would like to invite up our 2023-2024 employee mentors that are here today. If you could come on up, we have a commemorative pin for you. And I'd also like to ask the chairman and the board members if you'd come down and we could take a quick photo. So thank you. And Anne, could you come on down too for us? Take a photo.
I'm doing good. How are you doing? You guys, the nurse is going to come all the way to the back. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, Tina, and thank you for all the employee mentors. Outside of just being great employees here at Stanislaus County, you guys are paying it forward and being mentors for these students, which obviously means a lot, as we saw some of the quotes from the presentation. So we appreciate and we're happy to acknowledge all your efforts to make Stanislaus County even better. I got Supervisor Withrow also wanting to comment.
Just real quick, I want to add on to that. You know, everybody who's here today, there's not a better thing when you think to yourself, what can I do to kind of help my community? This is probably one of the best things you can do right now that's out there. I did this myself for years. My wife did it for a while. And it's just amazing what a difference you can make in these children's lives. I mean, so many of them, I was over at Franklin School where I did it myself and my wife. And all they really see is from their house to the school and back to their house. That's all that they know. So many of these kids, a lot of them come from terrible situations. And it just allows them to see something different by you to come there and just listen. You know, it's not as much as you reading to them or helping them with their reading. That's just a minuscule part of it. What really it's all about is just the relationship that you build with them, and they get to know you and to learn about other things in the community from you and see that there's other ways besides just what they see in their little world. I remember when one time I went there and my guy that I was working with wasn't there, so I went out on the playground and I was looking for a baseball and a bat. I thought I could play. Of course, you can't have bats on a school anymore. I guess that's illegal. I don't know, but we found a football, and so I started playing catch with an individual, a little kid there, and within 5 minutes I had 50 kids lined up just running patterns for me, and all they wanted was some attention and some direction and some discipline, and it was just amazing just what a difference you can make to do this. So I encourage you, anybody who's sitting around thinking, what can I do to make a difference in my community? Go work with these kids. We all have our own kids, we have our grandkids, all that kind of stuff, but if you can take time out to help somebody else and go to these schools and work with these kids, it's amazing what a difference you can make for them and then make for our community, because as they grow up, it really makes a difference. So I just want to thank the mentors that do this and encourage all of you to get involved in this program.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Withrow. All right, well, that is the end of our presentations for this morning. Next is public comment period. We do not have any written comments. So open public comment. Public comment's time for those in attendance to speak on items not already on today's agenda. Please state your name for the record. Direct all comments toward the dais, and so it is fair for every speaker, keep comments to the 5-minute limit. First speaker card. So I have a few speaker cards on different items. So I'll go through the open items, open public comment first. If somebody wants to speak on something that's not currently on the agenda, feel free, but I'm going to call through the cards, and the first card I have is Tara Chumley, our Director for Parks and Recreation.
Good morning, Tara Chumley, Director of Parks and Recreation. I just wanted to come up and share that we are holding our 28th annual fireworks celebration this Saturday at Woodward Reservoir. We have some limited pre-sale tickets that you can buy in advance, guarantees you entrance, because let me tell you, every afternoon we close the gates due to full capacity. We are completely reserved for our campgrounds. We have some limited first come, first serve. We won't have in and out privileges that day, so for the temporary inconvenience, we are bringing on some food trucks. We'll have pizza and tacos, and yogurt mill will be there. We'll have some road closures around the reservoirs as well to try to mitigate the traffic impacts. And I just want to mention we have really good partners that help us pull off this event every year. I would like to thank Public Works, our County Fire Warden's Office, our Sheriff's Department, and Modesto Fire. So I hope you can join us. I will be out there, might even be out there at the life jacket loaner station so we can make sure all of our visitors are safe in the water. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tara. Next speaker card I have is Michael Nelson.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much.
morning, Michael.
I just don't know where else to go, so I'll be brief. I live out in Crow's Landing, on Crow's Landing Road. I've got a little place out there, a little corn, a little alfalfa, whatever. Right next door to me on the corner of Bernard Souza's old place, a gal has opened a wedding venue, and obviously, being a country guy, you know, you go over and introduce yourself and talk to them, and I asked her about permitting, and she gave me some noise, so I called building department. You're kind of my last stop. I've talked to planning. She has no permit. We're all in the Williamson Act out there, so she can't even get a permit. I've talked to sheriff. They say it's civil. What I'd kind of like to get, I was over there last Saturday night. They just, the ordinance, Scott Cole, my neighbor out there, there's a gun range pretty close to him, so I know the cutoff is 10 o'clock. I know that it's 10 o'clock. So I'm over there at 11 o'clock. My wife is, don't go. But, you go talk to people and shake their hand, and I congratulated them. It's their big day. I don't want to be that guy. But she can't be there. And I don't know how. What I'd really like is, and I'm not going to call 911. I'm not even going to bother the sheriff. But if I had a document of some kind saying you can't be here, she knows she can't be there. I mean, I do have an open dialogue with her. I've talked to her, but she kind of colors the truth. I just don't know where else to go. Planning says one thing, sheriff says something else, and you guys are way too busy to listen to this old man's problems out in Crow's Landing. But and I don't expect an answer right now. I did write down my phone number. I'll let you guys get on with your day. If somebody could tell me something so that I could go, Angelina, hon, here, look, here's a piece of paper. I was going to call building department, and I told her, I said, I'm not going to do anything without looking you right in the eyes and saying, you know, and I know she had some sold, and I said, you know what, you need to honor those because somebody's planned their whole deal, and you're not going to cancel them 3 weeks before their deal. It's really a double-edged sword. I mean, she's renting space to people on a venue that is not allowed to rent space, and I don't want somebody's big day to be ruined. Even the other night, I went over there and I said, you know what, you guys are here, you're doing what you're doing, and they're all drunk, and it's noisy as crap, and she can't be there. That's all I got.
Oh, Michael,
Can we
thank you
shed
so
a tear
much.
for an old man?
No, thank you so much for bringing it to attention, and we're never too busy to address those concerns. That's our
Thank you.
job. You have a staff member in the back waiting for you, Rob Kostlevy. He's going to help you in the right direction to
You
address
guys are
the
the
situation.
best. Thank
I
you.
appreciate
And
that.
I also appreciate all that you do. And congratulations to all you people that won something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. All right. Next speaker card I have is Mohammed Rashid.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to come in and say thank you to Terry Withrow for coming to Vocational Coaching and Development Institute, the day program that I work at, and coming to visit and taking a tour. And we look forward to Supervisor Buck Condit coming in tomorrow and the rest of you guys coming in the next few months. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Appreciate it. All right. Any other speakers for public comment for items not on the agenda?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name's Tim Hester. I'm the General Manager of Ecology Boston Valley Organics, the compost facility out in Vernalis. Every year for the last several years, we've tried to acknowledge students, high school students in the area that want to pursue and continue an ag education. We feel this is really important, and we want to continue being a part of that. It's very important to us to see ag being pursued by these kids. So this year I'd like to read off, I know you guys are really busy, this year's winners. We have, if you guys want to stand up, we have Oliver Helton from Enoch High School. We have Alida Guzman from Gregory. And we have Jesse Coble from Patterson. Sorry. There's two kids that weren't able to make it today, and that is Caleb Parker from Turlock High School and Gabby Mendoza from Davis High School. Please join us in welcoming them. We have some checks for them, and we'd love to get a picture with them. Also, our Regional Vice President, Scott Pardini, is joining me today.
Well, congratulations to all the recipients. Thank you so much, Recology, for acknowledging them and providing them this great start to their careers after high school or further education. We really appreciate it, and thank you for doing business in Stanislaus County. So never miss an opportunity to take a picture with a big check.
I'll slip on down. There we go.
You wrote the check, so you should. Well, thank you. And then I know Rod Olson works a lot for Ecology on their advocacy efforts here. So thank you so much, Rod, for being here this morning. Any other speakers on public comment? All right, next public comment is on item 6.1, and it's Zach Devon. Oh, you'll speak when it comes up. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so all right, there's going to be some items that are going to be pulled off the agenda, and the CEO will tell which items, and then we'll take a consent calendar vote on all remaining items, and so I will call all public comments for those respective items once they're addressed individually. So, CEO Hayes.
Yeah, want to acknowledge that we're going to remove item B11 from the consent calendar for a short presentation and public comment. And I think we may have had one other item that was going to be moved. D1 from the consent calendar. And then we would ask that the board consider all other matters on the consent calendar before proceeding with those two.
All right, so if I can get a possible motion for all consent items excluding item B11 and item D1.
Motion.
All right.
Second.
Got a motion by Supervisor Buck Condon, second by Supervisor Chance Condon. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. So first item with a short presentation would be item B11. We have Tony Vartan conducting the presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Grable, members of the board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bose, Tony Vartan, Behavioral Health Director for the county. Today, before you, we're here for an approval of agreements and amendments for behavioral health and recovery services for the provision of mental health, substance use disorder, and ancillary services, and the lease agreement for psychiatric health facility with Telecare Corporation for fiscal year 2025. The item before you contains standard contract renewals as part of BHRS's annual contract request renewals that happen usually in May or June for the following fiscal year starting July 1st. And these are providers that BHRS relies on to provide support and programming throughout the county. The item contains two batches of first agreement. Attachment 1 contains agreements over $200,000 with cumulative total of $125,608,401. And attachment 2 contains agreements under cumulative under the amount of $200,000 with cumulative total of $797,285. Of course, the county policy requires Board of Supervisor approval for contracts and agreements with cumulative compensation in excess of $200,000. We found it appropriate to provide update related to the behavioral health adult residential facility provider network and agreements with A&A Health Services for the provision of adult residential program services. This illustrates the mental health continuum of care, which is a system of care and programming that assists individual at various levels depending on their condition and assist individuals to go through their recovery process. The continuum contains various levels. Hospitalization and crisis services are the most acute type of services that we see, followed by step down into the state hospitals and IMDs and etc. Often this level is utilized when individuals are not able to function at their living condition and are facing acute psychiatric crisis. And these levels, the hospitalization and crisis services intervene with that and assist in stabilization of individuals prior to going back to their community living. The immediate step down from those levels of care contains some adult residential care facilities. These facilities are levels of care where the individual is psychiatrically stable, has been evaluated, and the facilities have accepted the individual as appropriate for their level of care based on their capability and capacity at the time, as well as within the requirements of their licensure process. Step down from adult residential care facilities often will involve various other levels, such as transitional housing or permanent supportive housing and independent living. We often also utilize the transitional housing for individuals who have engaged in services but do not have crisis, and we are providing wraparound support to them in order to get them in either permanent supportive housing or independent living process. Adult residential care facilities are non-medical facilities that provide room, meal, housekeeping, supervision, storage, and distribution of medication and personal assistance to the individuals. Personal assistance includes basic activities like hygiene, dressing, eating, bathing, and transportation. This level of care and supervision is for people who are unable to live by themselves but who do not need 24-hour nursing or support. However, some of the adult residential care facilities that BHRS contracts with provide medication services that are prescribed by in-house psychiatrists. Some facilities also have primary care physicians and nursing staff providing physical health care in these types of settings. When the facilities enhance their capability and support to these individuals, in addition to the basic support, often services are added into these facilities to provide and arrange transportation, organize educational opportunities, assist with socialization and group activities, assist with medication regime and communication with psychiatrists, assist in development of personal hygiene habits and dressing and grooming, as added measures to really support individuals to progress in their rehab and go to even lower levels of care. Before you see the provider network that BHRS utilizes that consists of facilities within the county, but also some out of the county areas that are necessary for us to ensure there's proper level of capacity for these individuals. I'd like to provide an update on ANA. As, by the way, we were informed by one of the supervisors that there was some feedback regarding not being able to find this agenda item within the packet, so we thought providing the update and highlight would be necessary. So ANA facility was purchased, ANA actually purchased the 89-bed facility from Las Palmas in early 2023, and initiated work with the city of Turlock and the state for their licensing. BHR's clients were placed at Las Palmas location for decades, going back into early 80s. And they continue to be placed at that location throughout all these years. At the time of the closure of Las Palmas to transfer the ownership to ANA, BHR still had 29 clients residing at Las Palmas. There were also clients from other counties that were residing at Las Palmas Estate, all of which, in addition to these 29 clients, had to be placed at other locations prior to the closure. Moving forward, Board of Supervisors approved a contract with ANA in November 7 of 2023, and the contract with ANA requires the contractor to obtain and maintain any appropriate facility licensures that may be required by law for the specific services that they're going to provide at this location. Today, before you, we have a number of staff recommendations requesting to approve the agreement and amendment with service providers for behavioral health and recovery services effective July 1st, 2024 for the fiscal year 2025 as reflected in attachment 1 of the contracts for those items over $200,000 and attachment 2 for contracts between $100,000 to $200,000 of this agenda item. Authorize the Behavioral Health Director or designee to sign the agreement and amendments for fiscal year 2025 identified in attachment 1 and 2 of this agenda item. Authorize the Behavioral Health Director or designee to negotiate and sign amendments to agreements discussed in this agenda item as detailed in attachment 1 to add services and payments for services up to $200,000 per agreement, budget permitting, throughout the fiscal year 2025. Authorize the Behavioral Health Director or designee to negotiate and sign amendments to agreements discussed in this agenda item as detailed in the attachment 2 to add services and payments for services up to $100,000 per agreement, budget permitting, throughout the fiscal year 2025, approve any agreements or amendments being considered for approval in this agenda item to be retroactive to July 1st, 2024 to avoid disruption of critical services to the residents of Stanislaus County in the event they are not fully executed by July 1st, 2024. Next, authorize the Behavioral Health Director or designee to implement and execute necessary amendments to provide incentives for specific BHRS contractors that experience financial losses during the fiscal year 23-24. Approve the lease agreement for psychiatric health facility with Telecare Corporation for fiscal year 2025 and allow department to obtain and require approval for the lease agreement insurance provisions before the final execution of the agreement. And last, authorize the county purchasing agent or designee to sign the lease agreement for the psychiatric health facility with Telecare Corporation for fiscal year 2025. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Tony, for the presentation. Members of the board that have questions for Tony or clarifications on the presentation?
I just have one question, and that is on this slide. I just want you to, I know I've asked you this before, I think last time you gave the presentation, but how do you get from hospitalization? Who's in charge of moving you through the continuum? When you're in an adult residential facility, who's in charge of determining you can move down to transitional housing, permanent supportive, or independent living?
Absolutely, thank you. So the individuals prior to discharge from an acute psychiatric hospital require that they are stable and the physician who has been treating them has to sign an order agreeing to the correct and right level of care that they're going to. So if the individual is not stable, and for example, if a hospital, any hospital, whether it's a psychiatric or medical hospital, if they discharge the individual and there's a bad outcome, that hospital has to make a report to the state on themselves. So this is a critical item. No individual is admitted or discharged from an acute hospital without a physician's order. So that physician order of discharge states that the individual is stable and safe and they can go to the provided level of care. In addition, prior to acceptance of the individual at the given level of care, the facility receives a copy of the assessment and also assesses the individual at the hospital to make sure that the individual's needs are going to be met at their facility and that the facility on that day has capability to manage that individual. These are requirements that are outlined in the regulations, and actually the regulation stipulates that there has to be an assessment and intake prior to admission to the lower level of care facilities. So that is the process, and our staff are involved within that entire process and give and take with the facilities, and we also ensure that the facility is appropriate. If there's any kind of recommendation that is made that is different or we believe that the individual would not be safe, we basically have a conversation with the individual physician, make sure that we are placing the individuals in the right place. And then, of course, there's follow-ups. So once the individual is admitted at any of those levels of care, our case managers and mental health clinicians follow up on a regular basis with the facility, ensuring that the individual has been transitioned successfully and that the placement is working and that the medication continue to maintain the individual stable. If they see any indications that the individual may not be stable, they make arrangements for proper assessment by the psychiatrist and making sure that we move the individual to the right level of care.
Supervisor Buck-Condit.
In a roundabout way, you answered one of my questions, but I want to nail it down a little further. Are the residents under constant evaluations, daily, weekly, monthly? Is there a set program to where these residences or these residents are being evaluated?
Yes, twofold. So the facility that is accepting the individual, they are doing regular assessment and they work regularly with the individuals while the individual is at the facility, depending on the level of care. And their responsibility is to ensure safety and well-being of the individual and that the individual is continuing to function at a stable. So there is an ongoing daily assessment by the facility, and then our staff, depending on where and when the individual has been placed, they will make frequent contacts initially to ensure that stabilization. And then we have, depending on the individual's needs, we can make sometimes daily visits if necessary, weekly or bi-weekly or a couple of times a month, depending on what the need is. But our staff are very vigilant about ensuring that those individuals remain safe.
Thank you.
And I have just a couple of questions for
Supervisor
clarification.
Chance-Condit.
Thank you, Tony, for the presentation today. I appreciate all the information, for your willingness to take questions. I did have just a point of clarification about the process and how we got here. So, and I do appreciate you highlighting the concerns over A&A. But this is a broader sense. We're approving multiple contracts here, many of which are in my district, which I obviously have a vested interest in those and those being successful. But can you clarify why wasn't A&A separated and kind of go into the process and how we landed on this?
A&A contract, so just a clarification that today we're here as a part of our regular contract renewal process, our annual contract renewal process. A&A contract agreement was actually presented to the board in November, and it was approved by all of you in November. So it was a separate item, and it was presented and discussed. Today, we're highlighting it because questions came up, and we wanted to make sure also to provide an update on a presentation that we had done earlier this year to give you a status check of where we are with this facility.
And because it was a separate item in November is the reason why it is not separate today.
Well, because it was a separate item presented initially, this is just a regular renewal, and all contract renewals for years and years have gone through the same process with the county. And this is not a foreign concept with just BHRS. Other departments have a similar type of process. Otherwise, you will have over 100 contracts from each department coming to the board for approval, and that would be a lot of board days.
Yes, no, and I recognize that when I saw the vast list that we got today, again, many of which these facilities are in my district, and obviously I want to be supportive of those in District 5, but I do appreciate the point of clarification.
Thank you very much.
I just had a quick question, Tony, pertaining to this slide. So I just did the quick math on another slide that you had of the provider network, so it's about 900 beds. And if there's people in hospitalizations and other methods of care, how many are waiting for beds to open up so that you could, instead of hospitalization crisis services, are there people there that can go to adult residential, and then are there people in adult residential that can come to the lower tier if the beds were available?
So yes, so often what we see is we see bottlenecks happening from individuals that need to step down from the hospital or acute care, that they may need to go to the next level of care, and that level of care is not available. So we see that we then start looking at any placement anywhere outside the county, and so that becomes a challenge. And it's not only Stan County, all counties have that because there's a major shortage at that level of care in California. So so we see the bottleneck there. On the step down, when we have individuals at the residential care facilities, we're continuously working with them together with the facility to succeed them to either a permanent supportive housing or independent living, whichever may be appropriate to that client, in order to ensure opening more beds. And the outline that I gave you as providers, those are just some of providers. I was looking at number of beds at this level of care that A&A will be in our county. That's about 402 beds. And BHRS has 220 clients at that level of care, 88 of which are out of county right now. So that speaks to almost 200 beds currently being occupied by other counties in our county. And that is very much a regular process, because once a bed opens or any type of facility opens, all counties want to go and contract and send their clients there.
So it'd be fair to say that if we weren't contracting with the facility that's been brought up in multiple discussions, other counties would, jump at the opportunity to send their citizens from their counties to utilize this service.
Absolutely. That would be a very fast process. I don't think that any provider with beds in our county or outside our county has any problem filling their beds because of the high demand that exists.
All right, thank you. Any other members, questions from the members? All right, and then thank you so much for the presentation. I'm sure you're going to stick around for questions that come up. I'd like to open it up to public comment, and to start off, I have already a few speaker cards for this item, and then everyone is welcome after the speaker cards have gone through to comment on this item. So first, public comment card on item 11B is Reagan Wilson, Turlock City Manager. Sure.
Good morning. Amy Bublak, the mayor of Turlock. On behalf of the city of Turlock, I want to be specific to one object, and that's the one on Colorado Avenue in the city of Turlock. We had no communications until only our employees were speaking to each other, but none of you were talking to us until the developer spoke to me at the end of January. And we just recently had, on Friday, a press release opportunity, and we heard the Board of Supervisors talking about how communication is so important and how the safety of the community is so important. Well, here we're talking about a specific area where children, and those children in the area, whether it's a school or that have disadvantages, all that is sitting there within less than 500 feet. And our community's told you, hey, we're not good with that spot. We don't mind. We understand that we need a facility, just not there. So you heard us, and we still haven't had this dialogue. I ask you to slow your roll, take this off, continue it, come to our community, and hear our people tell you that this is not the location. Let's find a location. I will host it wherever you want. I can get as big a room as you need. It's important to me that you hear our people and understand that it's not about no to a facility, it's about where you're putting it. It's inappropriate. On behalf of my community, I'm asking you, don't put it in that location. Both the Vice Mayor Franco and Councilmember Moniz could not make it today, and they asked that I speak for them as well, saying this is not the location, not near so many schools. So please take it off, put it forward, come to our community and hear what we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I also want to acknowledge that we do have written comment on this item. So for the record, if we can acknowledge the written comment from Marjorie Sturdy. Next speaker, again, Reagan Wilson, City Manager of Turlock.
Mr. Chairman, we have numerous written comments. You have a packet before you that have been received by all members of the board.
Yeah, this one just came in, so I wanted to make sure. And then all the other written comments as well, but I wanted to acknowledge this one as it just came in a little bit ago. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, CEO Hayes. As you know, the City of Turlock opposes the proposed amendment to extend a new agreement with A&A or Alamo, as it's considered. We request this letter be made a part of the official record. It sounds like it has been. We find it profoundly disappointing that it had to be, we had to request a status of the amendments to agreement with Alamo instead of the county reaching out to us to hear the concerns of our community. As some of you may recall, there was a huge community meeting in Turlock in February. Some of you were there. And we had more than 200 citizens that appeared at that particular meeting, specifically regarding the location of this facility. I think it's fair to say that Turlock is not opposed to having these kinds of facilities available to our people in need, but this is the wrong location. I remember these kinds of facilities being brought before this Board of Supervisors years ago, and while it was almost always about the location, not about the service. We have, in the meantime, continued to work through the permitting process for this facility. The fair housing laws don't stop us from not processing legitimate permits. They have taken a very interesting approach to permitting this facility, though. What they've done is filed a permit for a kitchen, filed a permit for a break room, filed a permit for this kind of room, instead of one permit that takes in the whole facility. What's the result of that? It takes a while to get this facility permitted because of the process they've chosen to move it along. It would have been much more efficient if they just filed an overall permit, speaking to all the issues they needed in terms of remodeling this facility. Finally, you might find it instructive to know that your vendor is the one who says the problems with the county, not the city. And that was in a meeting with Alamo CEO Betty Demici in our February Zoom meeting with her team. So there may be some issues between you and Alamo that we're not aware of, but they brought that up to our attention. I'm here to answer any questions.
If I could, I just got a couple questions for you, if you don't
Sure.
mind.
Supervisor Withrow?
First of all, good to see you, Reagan. You were CEO here. For how many years were you CEO here?
14.
Okay. Long before any of us were here, I think, or not. Yeah, I don't think any of us were around at that point. So just, these are just some questions, and I'm just very simple-minded little CPA here. A lot of people say bean counter, and I want to make sure I understand the process here and how we got to this point. So, and I know we know Amy is here. Anybody else? Nobody else from the city council is here today?
No, they were unavailable to attend.
Okay. So this facility is located within the city limits of Turlock.
That's correct.
Right, and I'd say that just to point that out for everybody to know here. I've been by it, as all of us, I'm sure, have been by it. So just let me know who, within the city of Turlock, who controls the permitting of businesses in the city of Turlock?
Our building department.
Okay, so ultimately, your building department, though, answers to your...
For projects that require construction, it would be the building department.
Okay, but ultimately, the city council has the final say over everything.
If there are problems and issues, there's always an appeal to the city council.
Okay, so this is the city council makes the decision on any new businesses, any permitting that's required. Does the city council have ultimate say over that?
In the normal course of business, probably not.
But
only when there's an appeal on an issue.
Right, so the final say is with the city council of Turlock.
When there's an appeal, yes.
Okay. So where is the permitting process that A&A has been going through with the city of Turlock? Where are they right now in that process?
It's in our development services department, under which is the building department. So they're filing permits with the building department, one at a time.
Okay, I just want to make sure you keep saying the building department, but as if the building department has the say. It's the city council who has the final say on anything that happens in Turlock, right?
Well, that's for sure.
Okay. So right now do they have all their permits? Does A&A have has City of Turlock issued all their permits to?
Not to date.
To date, they don't.
They don't have all their permits, no.
Okay, what do they still need to get?
They need to file a structural permit, they need to file a permit for improvements on the outside, and they need to provide permits for the internal, I think it's the common room.
Okay, so still more permits that the city of Turlock has to approve before they're...
And Alamo has to submit them.
Okay. Okay, and did Alamo approach you before they purchased this property? Approach the city of Turlock before they purchased this property?
The first that we knew of Alamo's interest in the property was in November of last year.
Okay.
So my understanding is they'd already purchased the property before that.
Oh, so you think that you're saying that they purchased the property before approaching you?
Yes.
With regard to, okay. So, which would be peculiar, I would think, to make sure, you want to make sure you had the permits before you buy a piece of property. But, okay. So, that facility in the past owned by, it was called Las Palmas, is that correct?
Correct.
And it had been there for 41 years, as I understand it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the use of that property prior to when Las Palmas had it? What was it used for?
It was used for senior adult living.
Okay. Something that had been permitted by Turlock?
And the state of California.
Right. Okay, very good. And so now A&A has purchased this facility, and do you see something changing from what Las Palmas did versus what A&A is going to do at that location?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and what is that?
Well, the adult residential facility under Las Palmas was primarily for senior citizens, people 60 plus. The facility that, the license that the Alamos asked for with the state on this particular project is for people under 60, between 18 and 60 years old. So it's a different license under the Department of Health Services.
Okay, so
So
you
it's a
would,
different use.
that's the key right there.
Yes,
So you're saying this is a change of use?
yes.
Okay, so why, if this is a change of use, has the city of Turlock not done something about this to stop this permitting? In our world, when there is a change of use, you have an opportunity as an agency to do something about that, right? To grant that permit or not. And so you're stating this is a change of use. Why hasn't the city council said this is a change of use and we don't want to grant this permit?
Well, the answer to your question is we've considered this in closed session under litigation. There has not been a decision made in that regard.
But the decision is Turlock's, whether that can be stopped or not. It's not the Board of Supervisors. We have no jurisdiction within the city of Turlock, and you know that.
You don't have land use jurisdiction.
We don't have what, I'm sorry?
Land use jurisdiction.
Exactly, and that's what this is about.
But you
right?
do have program jurisdiction.
We have
And
program
this facility wouldn't
jurisdiction.
exist without you having a contract for the program.
That's not true. That's not true. Let's continue on here. So if tomorrow, if today we decide not to move forward with contracting with this facility as we have in the past, if we decide to stop that, and I think the chairman pointed that out, tomorrow, for how many counties are there in the state of California?
58.
Great. You remembered that. So tomorrow, there will be 57 other counties lining up at the door of ANA to use this facility. So by asking us today to not approve this contract does nothing to help you with your problem. The problem can be solved by the City Council of Turlock by not permitting this facility. It has nothing to do with the use or the, you know, you've pointed out it's a change of use. That's what I would be hanging my hat on. If I was a city councilman in Turlock, that's exactly what I would hang my hat on to try to stop this facility. You're not going to stop it with us. I'm not sure why you guys are here today, because this is about you stopping that facility because you feel it's a change of use, not stopping us to contract with it. That doesn't solve your problem one bit. As I said, there will be 57 other counties who will come and want those beds. And so are you guys going to go then to 57 other Board of Supervisors meeting and ask them not to contract? Doesn't make sense to me.
Probably not.
Yeah, and so, and again, this is all with respect, Reagan, I don't want you to, I just don't understand in my little simple mind why you guys are here asking us to do this. It's not going to solve your problem. The problem will be solved with your council standing up and saying, if you don't want this facility, then you don't permit it. And then we don't contract with it because it's not permitted. So.
Well, the council has stood up and said they don't want the facility at this location.
They seem to be going forward with the permits. And that's what I think is deceiving for the public in Turlock.
Well, the problem is there's fair housing laws that require us to process permits if they meet the code requirements and zoning requirements and whatnot.
Yeah,
so the change of use is a critical issue.
Exactly.
And it's an issue that's going to have to probably be decided legally.
At the city council level, not at the Board of Supervisors level. So we, again, are not the answer to, going to solve this for you. Like I said, we are the least of your problems. We are a local county that's going to be sending local folks if we contract with us, as compared to if we shut this down today and say, no, you're going to have, like I said, 57 other counties. You're going to have folks from all over the place, all over the state, sending individuals to this facility because it's going to still be permitted unless you guys stop it. And then when those individuals leave the facility, they usually don't go back to their county of residency, and Tony can vouch for that. Then most of the time they end up being dumped here in our community, and then we have that many more people. So I appreciate your concerns and understand, but this is not the venue to solve your problem. It's your own city council and your own board, your own council, to make that decision and to stand up and say that we don't want this facility and not permit it. And it's for you guys to deal with, because it's not going to change here. And just for what that's worth, I appreciate you. It's good to see you, Reagan. I appreciate you coming here.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Any other members of the board? Any questions for the city manager?
I do have one question. So who has the jurisdiction, and I don't know if you'd be the right person to answer it, but I'm going to ask, the jurisdiction to change the use from 18 to 59 rather than 60 and above?
That's a process that goes through the Planning Commission and ultimately to the Board of Supervisors. But in this particular case, the difference in the number of people in the age groups is a state licensing issue, not a local land use issue.
So the governing authority would be the State Licensing Commission, whether
Yes.
it's 60 or above?
In answer to your question, yes.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Any other? If there's no other questions, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker I have is Carlos, and they didn't give a last name, but they did specify they're from the Genesis Behavior Center.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Pereira, and I have Nancy Jimenez from me representing Genesis Behavior Center, located at 1620 Colorado Avenue, directly across from the former Las Palmas Estates, where Alamo plans to establish their mental health institution. Genesis Behavior Center has been serving children with autism and other disabilities since its establishment in 2003. We are aware that Stanislaus County is housing mental challenged individuals with varying levels of mental health, including the homeless in the area. This includes plans to bring psychiatric patients and place them across the street from our center, where children are being received autistic treatment. This decision is deeply troubling and poses a significant risk and safety for the well-being of these vulnerable children. The individuals to be housed across Genesis Behavior Center pose a danger to themselves and others. As community members, we are profound concerned about the potential consequences of this decision. Placing high-risk psychiatric patients near children receiving treatment for autism not only is irresponsible, but also dangerous. These children, who already face significant challenges, deserve a safe and supported environment from free potential dangers. We ask you to reconsider this decision and take immediate action to prevent from moving forward. The safety and well-being of our children is at most top priority. They are certainly alternative locations where these patients can be housed without posing a threat to our children in our community. We urge you to listen to the community's concerns and act immediately to address these serious issues. We cannot afford to jeopardize the safety of our children for the sake of convenience or money. It is our responsibility as adults and leaders to ensure that all children are protected and have the opportunity to grow and thrive in a safe, caring environment. County Supervisors, please consider the implications of this decision carefully and do everything in your power to prevent from moving forward. Our children's safety is at stake, and we cannot afford to let them down. Thank you.
Great. Next speaker I have is Shelley Cook. I hope I pronounced that right.
You're the only one who has in 53 years.
Oh, that has something to be said. I appreciate that.
You get $1. My name is Shelley Cook. I have lived in Turlock, moved here when I was 5 years old. I've lived here in Turlock for 50 years. Lifelong resident. I am extremely disappointed that a state and county issue at 1617 Colorado Avenue, located by Dutcher Middle School, TLC Preschool, Turlock Christian Elementary School, and numerous medical facilities is being allowed to be located at that address. I'm shocked that my supervisor, Vito Chiesa, would allow a mental health facility to be placed in our city less than a mile from 3 schools and several businesses. This old facility had 30 low-risk, over 60 senior citizen patients with mental deficits. The proposed new facility will house up to 80 patients with plans to increase dangerous mental patients of all ages, some with criminal records or right out of prison. Our police chief, Jason Hayden, has spoken to his counterparts at other Alamo facilities, and the calls of service have been proven to be immense. You say that safety is the Board of Supervisors' top priority. It's also listed on your website as one of your top priorities. This facility is not at a safe location. Please protect our children and vote against renewing this contract with Alamo. As much as I appreciate the sleek presentation and the sleek suit and the money that's involved, we would ask that you would work with city leaders in Turlock and find another safe location for this facility. We have asked that you've come to us. You have not. We have come to you. Supervisor Keza, this is your house, and as my elected official, I am telling you what the citizens who desire this facility in our community amounts to the number 0. Would you have let your son spend his days and many weekends at my house with my daughters if I had lived next door to this facility? It is your responsibility to protect our children. You and other supervisors have the power to keep us safe. We appreciate that this business exists, but we believe that there is another place that would be more appropriate for it to exist. You have taken the power from us to protect our own city away. We elected you to represent our wishes. We don't want this facility in this location. If even one child or adult is harmed, that will be too much. Please think about the children who do not have a choice in this matter. It is our duty, and it is your duty, to protect those who can't protect themselves. Find a new location. Listen to your biggest city. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my last comment card. Are there any other individuals that would like to speak on this item that didn't have a comment card but would like to?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a point of privilege as, as a resident of Turlock and make a statement. I think that Supervisor Woodrow, thank you for the questions that you asked, and you're absolutely right. The city is responsible for making the decision on this. I just want to read something that I think it's important. Number one, I'd like to disclose that I did have the privilege of receiving a letter that was sent to the city of Turlock on July 24th, 2023, that states, from Alamo, states that they are potential purchasers of that facility, and they're asking questions about zoning. And I'll be happy to submit that as a Turlock citizen to the board. We must advocate for robust community support for individuals with mental health conditions, recognizing that 1 in every 5 people will experience a mental health issue in their lifetime. There are family members, brothers, sisters, and friends. Too often, they're unfairly stigmatized and taken advantage of. Due to their vulnerability, it's imperative that we encourage our communities to treat mental health with the same sensitivity and support as any other medical condition. Continued education is essential to dismantle the stigma and ensure everyone receives the respect and the care they deserve. Behavioral health issues are prevalent within our community and families, affecting many lives directly and indirectly. It is time for those contributing to the stigma to educate themselves and understand the pervasive nature of these issues. By doing so, we can collectively create a more empathetic and supportive community. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Tony, the Turlock resident. I just wanted to specify that because you weren't speaking, you're official, and I appreciate you clarifying that. Any other members of the public on this item? And if I don't, I'm going to be bringing it back to the board for any comments, concerns, questions.
May I respond to what was just said?
Yeah, I apologize. I know I said your name right, but you've already had your 5 minutes. I apologize. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. All right, any members of the board with any questions, concerns, issues that they'd like to bring up? If not, then I would entertain a possible motion.
I'm sorry. I was just sitting here thinking. I'm processing everything that I've heard today, but I think it should at least be noted that the line of questioning that Supervisor Withrow talked about is true. Everyone likes to skip over that. The gentleman from Genesis, I should have asked you if you've had any problems from 2003 till today or 2020 with the former Las Palmas and the residents there, because we sent residents who were level 1, level 2, level 3 there over the years. What I heard, again, I'm doing a historical, but I'm going to trust the city attorney and his dates, but this was started in 1981. It was in the unincorporated area. It's a business that was sited in the unincorporated area, which is probably where everyone would want these sited, you know, if they had their druthers. There are no city services in the unincorporated area. The city annexed it in 1992-ish, I think is what I remember from George. And it's a legal non-conforming use. And it probably had to stay that way at the time when the city annexed it, because you take away a vested right and then it's essentially a taking. You have to be careful about how you handle that. So it's been operating as a legal non-conforming use. And the county, we can say this over and over, we've been placing mental health clients there for decades. We can't go back 41 years, we don't have the records, but the longest serving folks that are in the behavioral health department can go back about 30 years, Tony specifically being one of them. He was with us that long ago. And so there's no question that it was a mental health facility. The difference is, and I think Regan had talked about it, is they're asking for an age differential. So before 75% of the residents had to be 60 and over, 25% were 18 to 59. Now they're trying to flip that, or I think they've got the license. I don't even know if they have the license because we're not in contact. It's up to A&A to get the licensing. But they want to get 75% of the folks between the ages of 18 and 59 and 25% from 60 and over. And that more mirrors the demographics of our community and the people, our clientele. So the Stanislaus County is a subdivision of the state, and you know, when I was the president of CSAC, they used to pound this in. That's why there's so much pass-through money. We've got a $1.8 billion budget, but we don't have $1.8 billion. What we have today on the agenda is 104 contracts in one department alone to the tune of $17 million for this year. We've got the Community Service Agency, which is our largest department. We've got the Health Service Agency. So we are mandated to provide services. Well, that's why they call us the payer of last resort in county government, because things fall on us. The state mandates programs. Behavioral health and recovery is a mandated program. They're expanding that, which is really the outreach and the time. So our consumer load is growing, not contracting. And these are just facts that we're dealing with. And it has nothing to do with the A&A facility. But that's a statewide issue because they've determined, the legislature, the state of California, and the governor have made this a priority. So this facility, Las Palmas, had a different level, a different age of client than is being asked of right now of A&A. A&A is asking to change that. Maybe they've done it, maybe they haven't done it. And so that is a component that maybe is a change of use, maybe isn't. And a lot smarter people are going to determine that. I would tell you, though, that I agree with Supervisor Withrow 100% that we're a third party in this. And it's hard for people to understand that. We want a contract, and when Las Palmas closed, we moved those people to other facilities outside of the county, maybe some of them inside the county. But it is a competition because there's so much demand in the state. There's a lack of facilities, and there's a growing demand for use. So we've sent people out. We send them to Dinuba, We're sending them to San Pablo. If I looked at that list outside of the county, and because that's a legal mandate of the county. It's not, do we want to do it? We have to do it. And as far as this facility where it's located, you cannot argue that it wasn't a mental health facility. I'm not talking about the age limit, because that's a change. And so I ask all the folks, if this was located in 1981, it's annexed into the city. The school was built in 2003, I heard. Genesis, the other school, the elementary school, was built, I think, in 2001. I'm doing this off of memory, so you can't, but I know it was after 2000. And people have moved in around it, and so it's created what we consider an impact. I can tell you from my perspective, because I had kids and I'm going to have grandkids and everything else, and Shelley, you talked about would I let my kid come over to your house if this facility was next door. It was next door for the last 41 years, and that is without. Do I want anyone to get hurt? No, not a chance. There's not a one of us up here. Tony doesn't want it. Your community doesn't want it. The police don't want it. And it is up to ANA and our responsibility, and ANA is present here today, which is great to see. It is up to them to operate it in the same way, because I just say in the years I've been here, I haven't gotten a single email that I can recall that said there was a problem at Las Palmas. And doesn't mean there wasn't problems, because I talked with Mrs. Romeo, who said someone threw coffee on one of their customers that was out of there. The superintendent of the school said someone had gotten out, escaped, but they walked him back over there. So there are incidents when you talk to people, but I have never heard of any of this. So now there's a hypervigilance, for lack of a better word, in the contracting with ANA if this goes through. If they do, they know that there's sensitive receptors around, and they know that people don't want them at that location. And so you ask us that it needs to be moved. We don't have anything to do with it. We didn't purchase the property. All of these facilities, I think the only two that are county owned are SRC, Stanislaus Recovery Center, which is drug and alcohol. It's on the footprint of the old Ceres Hospital. And then the psychiatric health facility the county owns, but we don't operate it. Telecare, right? I'm looking, Telecare operates it. So you look at this, they're all private companies or corporations that are trying to make a profit, and say it for what it's worth, but it's the job that the county's not doing, and they're available. So we want to contract. If something is available locally, we want to contract, because it costs more money to send people out of county. One of the guidelines, when I'm reading through the contractor agrees to, besides room and board, there's 3 things that include family in there that are not possible, family interactions, which are not possible when we place people out of county. And these are not sexual predators. I've gotten a couple emails telling me I'm a hypocrite for fighting the SVP that they want to cite in Stanislaus County. And it's disappointing, because this is vetted to the best available. There are people in our community who need services, so we're looking to place them mandatorily, again, based on a mandatory need for it. And we'll place, if ANA is not open, we're going to continue, because we've continued to place our legal mandates in other facilities outside of the county. So that's what the county will do, because that's what we're mandated to do. For us to be put on the spot today to think that this contract, by us not okaying this contract, that anything stops, is just not true. It doesn't stop. And as long as the city continues to give permits and get through that process, and when they do, ANA is going to apply, or has applied for a state license, or has it, I'm not sure, and then people are going to be put in that facility. And just because of the deficit of beds and the growing number of need. So, I don't like being put in the spot, and I feel bad, because this is complicated, and Regan was nice enough to stand up there. He was the CEO of this county when we were placing people in that facility. It's no different than Jody. And it's complicated, but everyone's trying to do what they can to meet the federal mandates. This contract, again, and I also agree, Tony had alluded to it, but I talked to someone yesterday and they couldn't find this on the agenda. It's very difficult for me to find it. And we have something B26 on today's agenda that potentially changes that, because we bring all of these contracts, we bundle them together, the 104 right now today. It's going to give the department heads chances to come at quarterly or other times, so we don't end up with so many at one time. I don't like that. I didn't think that's right, but I don't know how to change it, because if we wrote up 104 individual items, the staff time, it would be hundreds, if not thousands of hours to do what is routine in nature. Not speaking to this, but just contracts that we've had for many years. So those are some of my thoughts. Again, I don't like to, I'm a big boy, and so I expect the community. I know the community doesn't want that there, but I don't know of a single facility in Stanislaus County where people have embraced any of these facilities. And there are many around our community in the different levels, from the IMD on down through the continuum. And that facility was operating. Again, I'm not saying it was perfect before as Las Palmas. I'm just telling you I didn't hear complaints. And there's an expectation that these folks, based on our interactions with them in San Pablo, we've had good interactions through Tony, which is, again, the things that the contractor is supposed to provide. We want outcomes. They're supposed to provide services. And it seems like that from our component that it's been pretty good. We will watch, and we have a 30-day out in the contract, as I read it, and we can continue to manage and talk with the city. If there's an agreement on moving the facility, we can amend our contract. But I would ask that A&A and the city talk to each other, and instead of making it our issue, because the bottom line is we want to contract with an agency for our local folks. I know that's long-winded. I'm trying to be as succinct, and I'm sensitive to the nature, but everyone forgets what the facility was, and so now we have to deal with the age difference of the demographic, and the one thing the county does control, that we have some control over, is the folks that we place in that when they come out, because there are many facilities. Some of them are higher level, some of them are locked facilities, and then they work their way through the system. So the acuity level, the assessment, the county can have a say in the acuity level based on the needs of the client or the consumer. So again, I'll be sensitive to that. I look forward. I'm more than happy to have discussions with anyone that wants to talk. I talked to a couple of constituents yesterday. I got 3 emails I haven't been able to read yet. I got them last night when I was asleep, but there's 5 of them for the record. I got 5 emails, plus the vice mayor had sent it, and they're all going to be a part of the public record.
Sir? All right. Any other comments from board members? All right. If there's none, I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve item B11, and again, this is based on as long as that facility has been approved by the city of Turlock. I would rather have our county put in people there that we can control. That's compared to Los Angeles and San Francisco. So I will make a motion.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by Supervisor Withrow and a second by Supervisor Buck Condit. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And so motion carries 5-0. All right, thank you so much. And next item we'll take is off the consent calendar.
We just take 2 minutes.
We can take 5. 5-minute break. Thank you. Back to order. Thank you for bearing with us for the break. And we're going to take up item D1 as a separate vote, as Supervisor Chance Condit has a conflict, so.
Yeah, I'll defer to legal counsel.
Yes, this is another one of those Levine Act conflicts. So there is a contribution made to Chance Condit's campaign, which prevents him from participating in this matter, and so he will step out and we'll go forward.
All right, and we have a presentation on this item by Erica Ignacio and Jeremy Bell.
This is just for a set public hearing for a future board item for July 16th.
All right, and then I'm gonna, there's a public comment card. I'm gonna take it out to the public. I got a public comment card on this with. D11? Oh, sorry, D1. I apologize. All right, bringing it back to the board. I saw the 6 and it looked like a D.
Yeah.
Bring it back to the board for a possible motion.
Motion to approve item D1.
Second. All right, motion by Supervisor Withrow, second by Supervisor Chiesa. All in favor, but please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you so much. Motion carries 4-0. Supervisor Condit, no? All right. All right. Next is public hearings. So item 6.1, public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of development agreement for JDI Farms. Conducting the presentation will be Eric Ignacio and Jeremy Ballard.
All right. So good morning, Chair Grewal, members of the board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bowes, Jeremy Ballard, Senior Planner with the county's planning department, and we're here to present the development agreement application for JDI Farms Incorporated. So the request before you this morning is to adopt a new development agreement for the existing commercial cannabis cultivation and nursery operation with their existing development agreement expiring on July 25th of this year. The project site is located at 1631 Fig Avenue, which is shown before you here today, and that is between Sycamore and Elm Avenue in the Patterson area. The operation was approved to cultivate flowering commercial cannabis and nursery plants in a total of 20 greenhouses. So the remaining 10 greenhouses that are not seen on the screen have been constructed since this picture was taken in 2023. So based on the required fees of the development agreement for JDI Farms, over the past years, they've paid the county a total of $769,821,000 in community benefit rate fees. They've also paid the county $162,375 in community benefit contribution fees prior to that program suspension. They are current on their fees owed to the county. They did have 6 late payments over the past 5 years, with interest accruing to $7,401, which was also paid. They've completed their annual inspection for 2022. They completed any corrections required as a result of that inspection, and they have been issued a commercial cannabis activity permit on May 15th of 2024. Lastly, since 2020, there have been 18 calls for service for the business. 2 of these calls for service were related to security incidents, and 16 were false security alarms. With the expiration of the original development agreement forthcoming, staff has proposed a new development agreement that will consist of a 2-year term with an automatic termination clause to correspond with the potential passage of the tax initiative in November of 2024. Staff has proposed the same mixed light cultivation rates for the community benefit rate payment, which will consist of $132,000 annually for 22,000 square feet of canopy space. And then for nursery activities, we are proposing the same rates as the current DA at $23,040 for 23,040 square feet of nursery canopy space. These fees and other terms included in this new development agreement would be consistent with the most recent board-adopted development agreements for similar activity types and sizes. The county's Planning Commission held a public hearing for the proposed new development agreement on June 6, 2024. During the public hearing, no one spoke in opposition, and the applicant's representative, Zach Trevon, spoke in favor of the request. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed development agreement, including all required findings, on a vote of 5-0. So with the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, this morning, staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and instruct staff to file a notice of exemption, find the development agreement that is consistent with the county's code and government code for adoption of a new development agreement, which by approving it, and then additionally, staff is recommending that the chair authorize and execute the proposed development agreement. Also that the board introduce, waive the reading, and adopt a new ordinance rescinding the previous ordinance. And lastly, staff is recommending the board authorize the clerk to record the executed development agreement and file a notice of termination for the previously adopted development agreement. So that concludes staff's presentation. We're here for any questions.
Good. All right. Any members of the board have any questions?
I would like to ask a question because these folks are putting in, as we're going through the redos on these development agreements, we give a 2-year extension for someone who's investing lots of money. And the previous item we talked about, A&A as an example, who buys something and invests a bunch of money into it and then potentially gets the rug pulled out from underneath them. Did we only do 2 years because of the tax? That's it. So why don't we write in, because we had originally 5-year development agreements, why don't we write in longer? I'm just asking the question because this seems sensible to me, at longer time periods, and then it disappears as soon as a tax passes. Or can anyone answer why we couldn't do that, or why it hasn't been done?
It's not that we couldn't do it. I think when we were discussing and the potential of the tax measure, it was best to just go ahead and go with the 2-year for now and adding the clause that if the tax measure was to pass, then it would automatically void the agreement.
All right. Any other questions?
I'm thinking. I never
You've been thinking a lot this morning.
I think just to add to that is that we also, the intent was with the 2-year period, if the tax didn't pass, it would give staff enough time to go through all the different development agreements to negotiate with those operators, but also to look at the market conditions at that point in time.
There'll be a lot of policy questions to be asked and answered if the tax doesn't pass.
But again, where the time and effort we spend on DAs, redoing DAs, and we've set ourselves up for a continual basis because we're giving 1 year, I think, on some of the DAs, or we're only about 1.5 years, right? They ended up being, you're giving me that. Tell me, go ahead and tell me.
So yes, as of today, there'll be some that have been already approved that, so effectively it's about 1.5 years at the point that they would be coming back for renewal.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Take it out to the public for any public comment. I do have a public comment card on item 6.1 from Zach Javon.
And for the record, Zach did not advocate for that, did not ask me. I'm just thinking because these keep coming back, and Supervisor Withrow, we put them in a horrible spot every time they come up.
I expect nothing but the best from Terry as well as from yourself, Supervisor Chiesa. Chair Graywall, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be heard. Zach Javon on behalf of JDI Farms. And although I did not prod you, Supervisor Chiesa, on that, I will address that. And I think it's important to reiterate my prior comments to the Planning Commission, which is this is a business that is poised for posterity. Not only do they have this distribution and cultivation facility that is operating in good standing and has provided the county nearly $800,000 over the last 5 years, but they also have 3 retail storefronts in our area. So they have a direct pipeline for distribution of their product under the trade name Cali Kosher for their retail facilities. They are vertically integrated, meaning they can cultivate, distribute, manufacture, and retail cannabis. This is the type of business that is going to be here for the long term. And to your point, Supervisor Chiesa, we have proceeded in good faith with county staff, and I would like to thank county staff for all of their diligence in assisting us and making sure that all of our conditions of approval were fully attended to prior to this hearing. But you raise a good point in that we want to be all in on the tax. We have invested heavily, all of these businesses over the last 5 years. We want to be in a position to support the tax so that we don't have to come back to the table in order to renegotiate terms and, again, renew these development agreements. And we're hoping to continue the dialogue to put us in a position to be able to support that tax. In the event that it does not pass, however, I would hope and expect that the county staff as well as leadership would continue to work with us in good faith to continue on with these businesses, assuming that they remain in good standing with all of their conditions of approval and financial obligations moving forward. So that is our hope and our intention. We would like to see the tax pass, but we would also like to stay here long term, given the investments that we've had, as well as the benefits that we've provided to the community over the last 5 years. So with that, I would ask that the board adopt staff's recommendation of approval. I thank staff as well as the board, CEO Hayes for his time, as well as Council Bose. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this point, and I ask that you approve this project for renewal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, any other members of the public wanting to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll be bringing it back to the board and entertain a possible motion.
I'm just gonna.
Unless there's a question.
Sorry, I just got to weigh in on this again. You guys know what I'm going to say, but we just went through this whole thing with A&A, and a facility that's been there for 41 years, as we said. But the reason that there's a need for more beds now is because of what's going on with cannabis. And Zach and I disagree. That's fine. We agree to disagree. But the day will come when we will realize the potency of this pot, of this cannabis, is causing such an increase in schizophrenia and young adults, and the need for these facilities, the need for the ANAs is increasing tenfold because of this. Okay, I said it, but I just have to keep saying that. I'm sorry.
Well, we appreciate you getting that off your chest. And we really appreciate you always giving your input on this. And so I would like to entertain a possible motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, I got a motion by Supervisor Chance Condon, and second by Supervisor Buck Condon. I'm going to do all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And any nays?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, item 6.2, public hearing to consider adoption of the revised 2022 Modesto Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Act. And conducting this presentation will be Rob Koslevy and Christy McKinnon. Christy.
Good morning, Chairman Graywell, Honorable Board, CEO Hayes, Council Bose. As just mentioned, the item before you today is a public hearing to consider the adoption of the revised 2022 Modesto Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Staff has 3 recommendations for you to consider today. Conduct a public hearing to consider approval and adoption of the revised 2022 Modesto Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. 2, adopt a resolution adopting a revised groundwater sustainability plan and documenting the commitment to develop and implement a well mitigation program and management actions in a Modesto groundwater subbasin. And 3, authorize the Stanislaus and Tuolumne Rivers Groundwater Basin Association Groundwater Sustainability Agency, its consultants, and the plan manager to take such actions as may be reasonably necessary to submit the revised 2022 Modesto Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan to the California Department of Water Resources by July 26 of this year. To my left, we have Christy McKinnon, who is going to conduct a presentation today outlining the rationale behind our staff recommendations. And we will be available for questions at the end. Thank you.
Good morning, board members, Council Bose, and CEO Hayes. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Thank you, Mr. Koslevy, for the introduction and for indicating that we are here to conduct the public hearing to consider approval and adoption of the revised 2022 Modesto Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. I'd like to quickly just go over a summary of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. As you know, the Act empowered public entities to form groundwater sustainability agencies in order to develop and implement groundwater sustainability plans over a 50-year planning horizon with a 20-year implementation period. And these plans are required to be updated each 5 years with annual reporting to the State Department of Water Resources. Some important milestones just to briefly consider. The groundwater sustainability agencies were formed before the deadline of June 30th, 2017. The original Modesto Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan was adopted by the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors on December 7th, 2021. The plan was adopted by the GSA, the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Stanislaus and Tuolumne Rivers Groundwater Basin Association, GSA, of which Stanislaus County is a member of, and submitted to the Department of Water Resources as required for high priority groundwater subbasins on January 30th, 2022. On January 18th of 2024, the Department of Water Resources announced that it had completed its review for the 17 plans that were submitted for high and medium priority groundwater subbasins, and of those, 7 plans were determined to be incomplete, and those plans included the Modesto and Turlock groundwater sustainability plans. So an incomplete determination means that the plan is missing some information that the state needs to determine if it is in compliance with the SGMA and the plan regulations. These deficiencies must be corrected with the revised plan submitted to the department within 180 days and before or by July 16, 2024. If the deadline is missed, or if the department determines that the plan is not adequate, the jurisdiction transfers to the State Water Resources Control Board, who will intervene with enforcement and can implement mandatory well metering, reporting, well registration fees of up to $300 per non-exempt well and up to $40 an acre-foot fee for pumped water, including implementation of an interim plan. So the department identified 2 deficiencies that needed to be addressed by the revised Modesto Subbasin plans. The first deficiency is that the plan didn't provide enough information that would support the selection of sustainable management criteria for the chronic lowering of groundwater levels. The second deficiency was that the plan did not include enough details for the projects and management actions that were listed in the plan to show that they would mitigate overdraft in the subbasin and illustrate how those actions and projects provide a feasible path to achieve sustainability. The revised plan includes corrective actions to address those deficiencies. The first is that the plan has now been updated to include an analysis of the effects on beneficial users of groundwater if the groundwater levels are lowered as defined in the plan below the minimum thresholds to the interim milestone levels. The additional analysis was completed and determined potential well impacts and additional impacts on other sustainability indicators, including subsidence, water quality, and interconnected surface waters. To mitigate these impacts on potential dry wells, the groundwater sustainability agencies in the subbasin and the member agencies must commit to development funding and implementation of a domestic well mitigation program. To correct deficiency number 2, the plan was revised to include more details and timelines and progress on implementing feasible projects and management actions to show clearly how the subbasin could achieve the sustainability goal over the implementation horizon. Robust management actions, such as demand management, must be developed to be readily implemented as needed with projects to ensure sustainability, regardless of hydrologic uncertainty and project outcome. This includes establishing specific triggers, timelines, and commitment to taking these predetermined actions required to make sure that these declining trends in groundwater levels will be stopped before we reach the plant's projected interim milestones in 2027. An interim milestone is a target value set by the agency representing measurable conditions in increments of 5 years. These are designed to avoid undesirable results and to provide a glide path to sustainability over the timeline where these projects and management actions are implemented. So because the GSP allows the groundwater levels to drop below the minimum thresholds to the interim milestones, that means that water levels will decline to a level that's worse than the worst case scenario since Sustainable Groundwater Management Act went into effect in 2014. The analysis had to address such impacts to beneficial users, and the analysis concluded that there's possibly 29 additional wells, which is 0.6% of the wells that were analyzed. There was something like 4,600 wells with construction information known used in the study. So 0.6% of wells could be at risk of going dry if the groundwater levels are lowered to those interim milestone levels. In order to address that conclusion and those impacts to beneficial users, the groundwater sustainability agencies have to commit to developing the well mitigation program and a funding mechanism with implementation of the program by January 31st, 2026. Quick reminder, the sustainable yield is 267,000 acre-feet for the subbasin. The state has made it clear that because of future uncertainties, management actions must be developed to be ready to use as the primary tool to guarantee sustainability to empower GSAs to act efficiently and effectively when necessary. This is a paradigm shift from our previous thinking that was based on the modeling, which told us that projects alone could enable the subbasin to reach sustainability. So chapters 5, 6, 8, and 9 of the plan have been revised to include updates to the subbasin water budgets, sustainable management criteria, projects and management actions, and new commitments to plan implementation. Management actions are our new Plan A, and they can be offset by projects and wet hydrologic conditions. Faster project implementation can diminish the need for management actions. The state has indicated they're going to use groundwater measurement levels to hold us accountable for reversing the trends in declining groundwater levels. The Modesto GSP has identified various programs and projects such as the Modesto Irrigation District's long-term groundwater replenishment program. All landowners and other beneficial users that can participate in such programs and projects that are included in the Groundwater Sustainability Plan are highly encouraged to, because they are opportunities that we have to most effectively build a sustainable future and preserve Stanislaus County's unique and prosperous agricultural economy. The revised GSA or GSP approach to management actions looks something like the agencies will commit to developing robust demand reduction-based management programs, and management action X will be implemented in the subbasin if and when groundwater levels at X locations reach X elevations or annual groundwater storage changes over a certain period of time reaching a certain amount of acre-feet of storage. If the conditions continue, X conditions are observed, then additional management actions will begin implementation. The GSAs will be retaining the service of a consultant to put together these management actions, and we hadn't had time to do that before the deadline where the revised GSP has to be submitted to the state in July. As required by government code, the public hearing date for consideration of adoption of the revised plan was set for action today on April 16, 2024. The date of the public hearing was published in the Modesto Bee on June 9, 2024 and June 16, 2024. Our recommendation today is to conduct a public hearing to consider approval and adoption of the revised plan, to obtain approval and to adopt the resolution regarding the revised plan, and to authorize the Stanislaus and Tuolumne Rivers Groundwater Basin Association Groundwater Sustainability Agency, its consultants, and the plan manager to take such other actions that might be necessary to submit the revision to the Department of Water Resources before the deadline and to implement the purpose of the resolution. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions by members of the board?
No, but I'm ready to comment afterwards.
All right. I'm going to take this out to the public. Any members of the public wanting to comment on this item?
So you got to have it down here for short guys, a little more. Thanks. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Bose, Tom Orvis, today here on behalf of Stanislaus County Farm Bureau, and Supervisor Withrow's been on this road with us now since 2014 with the Water Advisory Committee in Stanislaus County. But as we continue through this process, we just unfortunately need to go with what the state's going with, because as we have seen, compared to those that had to submit their plans in 2020, compared to what was submitted in 2022, and the hurdles that had to be achieved, in that old football euphemism, the goalposts keep moving. And so unfortunately we have to get to the goalposts, otherwise you don't score and win. And in this world, that's to get our GSP approved. Having attended conferences such as Aqua and others, and listening to those in Tulare County, failure is not an option. So we will be taking this up. I also sit on the Oakdale Irrigation District Board, and we will be taking this up for approval next Tuesday the 2nd, since we reside within the basin. And you know, it's if you want to see some of the projects, I know there's some farmers out there, some of you have already seen their projects, that have put a lot of time, effort, and capital into some groundwater recharge facilities. And I think it's, you know, in the words of, you know, those of us in agriculture, when you keep regulating, tell us where you want us to be and we'll get there. But then don't move the goalposts and don't move the cheese as soon as we get there, because unfortunately, that's what we're seeing time and time and time again from our state agencies, whether they're the Air Board, the Water Board, or any of those bodies up at the state. So, Mr. Chairman, we stand in support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Appreciate the comments. Any other public comment on this item? Right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for any comments, questions.
I want to thank Christy really quick, because this is like really intense work, and Tom had articulated that the goalposts have moved. It's because when they wrote SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, they have an end goal, but they didn't have the process in order to get to the end goal. And you said it right. That's what I wanted to say. Failure is not an option. They failed in the South Valley. Walked away. Some folks have walked away from the table, and there are such punitive, I guess, requirements that are put on these people. And we have the resources. We're very fortunate here in Stanislaus County. Oakdale, Modesto, and Turlock irrigation districts have been great stewards of the land. South San Joaquin included, because it's right across the border. We should be able to meet sustainability. We cannot fail here. If we fail here, you can imagine what it's going to be like for the people that are in the federal water project areas. It'll be impossible.
Right, Supervisor Withrow.
Just to jump in and add on that, yeah, failure is not an option. The only way we're going to fail is if we fight amongst ourselves. And that's what I see, since we've started this thing, the Water Advisory Committee, and since this all began. The success of this, as we say, the sustainability path here on this one slide talks about not just projects, but management actions. Tom referred to projects that are going on up there. But we have got to work together to make these things happen. I sat in a meeting, I don't know, 6, maybe longer than that. Not time. I can't keep track of time anymore. There were a bunch of farmers, and they were. It was east against west, is what it was, and they were fighting amongst themselves. You made reference, Christy, to the long-term groundwater management plan of MIDs. Which the West was very upset. The West farmers were very upset. It's like the Hatfields and McCoys. The West farmers were very upset, and the East farmers were trying to take some of this, be able to take some of this water, pay for it, and spread it in years of surplus, instead of it leaving the county, have it go back to the east side to replenish the basin. And it's a fight that we have just got to get past, and we've got to work together to make this thing happen, because the state, we will be Tulare County if we don't, if we don't work together. If we can sit here and fight amongst ourselves, that's how we're going to end up. And it's we're all in this together, or we're all going to fail together. And so if there's the one statement that, like I said, that I like to make is that we've got to work together on this thing, and we're not fighting amongst ourselves. It's us against the state, and then we need to make sure that we together solve this problem. So just to encourage that we don't end up back in this spot where we are the east against the west side here. So anyway, thank you, Christy and Rob. Thank you guys very much. I know this is a workout for you, and I appreciate all the hard work you're doing.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, and I do want to remedy some of those issues we've had with the east versus west, and I'd echo my colleagues' sentiments in that. And obviously I represent the west side and our west side agricultural interests, and numerous farmers have reached out to me in particular, and specifically through Anthea Hansen as well, through the Del Porto Water District. And some of the questions that do rise and keep coming up regarding the GSP is dealing with the flexibility of inter-county water transfers during a drought period specifically. Obviously, this prohibits outside the county water transfers, and we don't want that. We want to keep our water here, and we want to make sure that we do have connectivity and continuity and working together, as Supervisor Withrow stated. But does our GSP, does it currently have any sort of language that would allow flexibility? And again, I think flexibility is a key word in trying to have inter-county water transfers through drought periods specifically.
So the GSPs that are up for revision, in order to meet that deadline, we weren't able to have all those details hammered out. So that's why in the resolution, it includes the commitment of the management actions, and in the Delta Mendota subbasin, we'll see to the pumping reduction program. So as we develop these programs, the county will be working with the landowners and the districts to see if we can build those types of elements into the programs so that they're there moving forward, and we'll have those options for perhaps credits for buying into maybe some recharge water with the districts, or maybe something like landowner to landowner water transfers within subbasins. So we are looking forward to working those options into the plans with the district agencies.
Well, that's great, and that's really all I'm after, is just a reassurance so that I could give those folks out there on the west side the reassurance that the window of opportunity is open, it's not closing, that we still have the opportunity and possibility moving forward, that we could have those inter-county water transfers and the flexibility so that we could have more cohesiveness between the east and the west. Because again, to Supervisor Withrow's point, we don't want to antagonize one another. We want to to work with one another. We're all under attack here in Stanislaus County from the state agency, so we have to bound together in order to fight back. And but that flexibility question has come up time and time again from my West Side farmers and from the Del Porto Water District, and I hope that we continue working towards a goal of having that specific language implemented so that we can have that policy moving forward. So thank you again for the update, and thank you for your comments, Terry. I'm all with you on that.
Great. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'd entertain a possible motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Chiesa, second by Supervisor Withrow. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-0. All right, next item 6.3, public hearing to consider adjustments to the Stanislaus County franchise maximum rates for solid waste collections. And conducting the presentation will be Will Richards and Rob Costley.
Sorry, Tom, I got to move it up again. Well, good morning. Rob Costlevy, Environmental Resources. Chairman Graywall, Honorable Board, CEO Hayes, and Council Bose, thank you for hearing us today. The item before you is a public hearing to consider the adjustments to the Stanislaus County franchise maximum rates for solid waste collection services. Conducting our presentation today is going to be Will Richards and Libba Hardwick.
Good morning, Chairman Grewal, members of the board, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bose. My name is Will Richards, and beside me here is Libba Hardwick. This morning, the Department of Environmental Resources is proposing to adjust the maximum collection rates for waste and recycling services in the unincorporated areas of the county. The county is served by 3 haulers, Bertolotti, Jilton, and Turlock Scavenger, who serve a total of 4 franchise areas in the unincorporated. These areas are comprised of a mixture of residential, commercial, and drop box customers. The haulers receive exclusive rights to the residential and commercial accounts in exchange for a franchise fee. The county retains the ability to regulate the haulers and set the maximum rates that they can charge. In November 2008, the board approved the current rate adjustment process. Every 5 years, there is a cost-based adjustment to set the maximum rates, followed by 4 years of index-based adjustment. The last base rate was approved in June 2023, and this is the first year of index-based adjustments. The department contracted with HF&H Consultants to develop the new base rates that were approved in 2023. They were the first base rates to incorporate Senate Bill 1383, which requires additional containers for organics recycling. The following adjustments have been applied to the respective components for each hauler's residential and commercial rates. For drop box services only, the labor, fuel, collections, and interest components are applied. In the unincorporated county, there are approximately 27,000 residential customers. Residential rates will be increased from 1.85% to 2.56% depending on the franchise area. The rates on the screen are most common rates for residential customers who are exempt from the SB 1383 requirements. The adjustments will range from 48 to 77 cents per month depending on the franchise area. On this screen, the rates that are being shown are the most common rates for residents who are required to have the additional recycling services under SB 1383. The adjustments for these folks will range from 74 cents to $1.49 per month, depending on the franchise area. Also, there are approximately 4,000 commercial customers in the unincorporated portions. These customers will see an increase in rates ranging from 1.85% to 2.56%. The rates shown are the most common rates for commercial customers exempt from the 1383 requirements, and the adjustments will range from $1.97 to $2.99 per month, depending on the franchise area. On the screen now are the most common rates for commercial customers who are required to have the additional recycling services under SB 1383. The adjustments will range from $2.62 per month to $3.98 per month, again, depending on the franchise area. The screen here shows the rates for drop box services in the unincorporated. The haul charge adjustments ranges from $2.38 to $5.97 per rental. So staff will be recommending conducting a public hearing and considering to approve the proposed franchise maximum rates for refuse collection services in franchise areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. If approved, these rates will be effective on July 1st, 2024. We are here for questions if we have.
Right. Any questions for Will?
Well, I do just have a couple questions, and honestly, it's more these fees. How does it relate to the closure of Covanta? Obviously, Covanta. Just where are we at on that, and how will these fees impact that moving forward?
So this fee or these rates are brought to the board every year, completely outside of any changes and potential changes in infrastructure with that facility. So this is just our annual rate adjustment, which is based on the CPI.
Okay, but they wouldn't be impacted whatsoever with, yes, go Jody.
I was just testing the mic. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. You want to finish your question?
No, I just want to make sure, obviously, we're in a different predicament as past years with Covanta and that looking to be closed. How will this impact that? Will it impact it whatsoever? Will our fees be impacted whatsoever? That's kind of what I'm after.
Yeah, I would expect impacts to fees ultimately. We are in the process right now evaluating options as communicated by Covanta, so it's a conversation. I think most people understand that it's a three-way partnership. It's Covanta, the city of Modesto, and Stanislaus County. So we are having conversations around what their contract holds and the letters that they have sent to us that have been publicized previously. In preparation for what comes next, we actually have asked our staff to conduct rate analysis to reevaluate rates for the Fink Road landfill with the potential for various scenarios of how much solid waste would be going to Fink. In addition to that, we needed to reevaluate our rate structure because our municipal solid waste agreements with all of the other cities will be up for consideration about 1 year from now is when they expire. So we'll be out negotiating those new agreements with all the cities. I've already had some initial conversation with them about that, and we need some additional consulting analysis to help us understand what would the correct rates be for Fink Road landfill. And just as one last point, I think it's important for the public and to remind this board, for some of you who are aware of this when it occurred, in our last municipal solid waste agreement with cities, we had some savings essentially, and we have been subsidizing the tipping fees at Fink Road landfill, and that can no longer continue, as well as any impacts from having the additional waste stream from the potential closure of Covanta. So I hope I've answered your questions. It's all in process.
And we have no timeline on a replacement or any alternative?
No, we do not, although I think everyone involved wants to have some finality to that process because it does impact all these other agreements with cities.
Yes.
So we do want to have some certainty about what that future looks like, and I can assure you we're trying to work as quickly as possible to gain that.
I have no doubt about it, and just it's obviously a hot topic in my district. Covanta's in my district. This obviously impacts that. So that's where the questions are kind of rooted from. So I do appreciate the information, Will, and thank you, CEO Hayes, for the further clarification. And just for the members of the public to be informed about this study and the next steps moving forward, what would you advise them, or how could they get involved, I guess, in that process, Will?
I might defer to
I'll
Jody on
take
that one.
as well. So we have, on behalf of all cities, we have enlisted a consultant to help us understand potentials for future waste stream management. That process is still in draft form. I would really hope that some kind of final report is out within, I would say, the next couple of months. Is that fair to say, Will? I would think. And then therefore, from that point forward, the public will absolutely have an opportunity to weigh in, express their thoughts and opinions about what consultants have determined. We also have, and it's very important to remember, it's a partnership with all 9 of the cities. So all other city managers are involved in this and given the opportunity to weigh in with their thoughts as well.
Yeah, and I do understand the uncertainty. There's a lot of moving parts to this, and there's just like Mr. Orvis was saying, the goalposts kind of are moving, and we're just trying to keep up with that. So I completely understand. It's just some of the questions that I get asked when I am out and about, especially on the west side, is what are our future plans, and just in relation to how these fees, how would they be impacted? So that's just kind of where I'm coming from in my line of questioning. But I do appreciate the clarification, and Will, thank you so much for the presentation today.
I'm just going to, just to add to that, as you said, there's a lot of moving parts in this, Jensen, and people don't realize, I always say, careful what you wish for. You know, this is a puzzle that we put together as far as disposing our waste, and we have many ways that we do it, many things that we do. And then when all of a sudden you pull one of those pieces out of the puzzle, as 1383 when that came along, or we pull out Cavanta as an option to disappear, what ultimately gets affected is the consumer, right? I mean, the cost, and we try to balance this with cost. So everybody wants these things, and we all do. We all want to do things for our environment to make things better. But you got to look at the big picture, and then when these things happen, then I mean, it's to the point where we've got individuals that can't afford this. And so I just ask everybody, careful what you wish for. It's a balancing act, and it takes a lot of effort to make this thing work and try to control costs. We all hate to have to increase fees, and all these puzzles, pieces of the puzzles that we pull out are going to affect cost to some extent, and a lot of it's not under our control. Most of it's not under our control.
Supervisor
Yeah.
Buckhanded.
Thank you, Chair. Will, just real quick, could you explain for the people here, the people maybe watching online, being exempt from 1383 and having to abide by 1383?
Sure.
And the census tract zones and how all that works?
Yeah, so when Senate Bill 1383 went into play back in 2022, there was a low population waiver, which we were allowed to apply for, which we did apply for at direction of our board, to waive those in these low population census tracts from the requirements of having the second or third cart depending on their system. So in the perfect world, the very, very most rural parts of the county are the ones that would be exempted, but since it's using a census tract, sometimes a small neighborhood gets wrapped into a much larger census tract and is then exempt, and sometimes there's some ag parcels that get roped into a really, really dense area and they end up having to subscribe to the larger services. So if you have to subscribe, depending on your service provider, you either have a 2-cart collection system or 3-cart collection system to source separate your materials. And if you're exempted from those, again, generally the low population areas, they still have 1 cart.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take it to the public if there's any public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a possible motion.
I'll make a motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Withrow, second by Supervisor Buckhanded. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. All right, next item is discussion items. Consider the proposed item 7.1. Consideration of the proposed initiatives under the Stanislaus 2030 Investment Blueprint Focus Area of Childcare Expansion, Small Business Support, and Talent Development. Presentation will be conducted by Eric Ignacio from the CEO's office, and I know that the CEO has a comment that he'd like to make.
I would, and our main presenters are actually going to be with Amanda Hughes, our Executive Director for Stanislaus 2030, as well as several of our main partners in this effort. My comments are going to be very brief. First is, and my comments are really about the next 2 items that are before you. And for the members of the public who are not as familiar with Stanislaus 2030, this is our collective public-private partnership effort across this entire community, and now which has branched out into a broader region in the North San Joaquin Valley, to imagine an economy in the future that is more inclusive for our residents to participate in today's economy and more robust and adding good quality jobs in Stanislaus County that may not exist today. That's what this is all about. That is a huge, huge endeavor. It's been years in the making. There are hundreds of people who have contributed to this process over the last year. We've essentially aligned with a couple of specific efforts to advance the original ideas into actionable investment strategies, which means the County Board of Supervisors has previously allocated up to $18 million to support this dream for our future economy. And this group and the team of folks that you're going to meet through the process have been hard at work in determining what is the best possible way to spend those funds that will have a meaningful and lasting impact in Stanislaus County for those individuals who today are either underemployed or unemployed, and those individuals in the future who do enter our economy as well. So that's what today is about. I want to let everyone know, I guess, apologies, that this is a lengthy conversation, and that's the only way to do it. If you're going to consider the potential direction for $18 million of funding from our ARPA funds in this case, you need to take the time to talk it through. We have, in both of these items, you'll see, our recommendations are pretty specific, that what we're looking for is mainly direction from the board, consideration from the board about the strategic direction that's before you. In most cases, we'll be bringing back actual contracts in various ways that would deploy these funds. So there are some specific recommendations between the two items to deploy some funds, but it's actually pretty limited in that respect today. Most of this is to make sure that we take the time to talk about the specific strategies and that we get the public's input on those strategies as well as input from the Board of Supervisors. I also want to acknowledge that all of our board members were very gracious in sitting through lengthy briefings on most of these matters to date. They've been through hours and hours of briefings on each of the matters before us today, but we've also tweaked things with input, and we've added to the process with the input we've had from this board. So some of what you see today may be a little bit different than what you might have seen in briefings, and obviously, since the public is not in our briefings, we wanted to make sure that this was robust enough for the public to be able to engage and understand where the recommendations come from, what they're rooted in, and ultimately what is the vision for trying to advance that initial goal that I mentioned from the very, very beginning. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Erica Ignacio, as our Deputy Executive Officer and serves as our main contact for Stanislaus 2030 and all the initiatives that are before you today. It's all yours, Erica, and I think you're going to introduce the rest of the team from there.
Good morning, Chairman Graywall, board members, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bose. As Jody indicated, Erica Ignacio, Deputy Executive Officer. I'll be kicking off the presentation along with Amanda Hughes, who she will also be presenting other speakers as we progress through the presentation. In front of you, you have the presentation overview of what it looks like for today and the many items that we will be discussing through each one of them. Before Amanda gets up here and starts her process, I just wanted to give you a little bit more of background on how we got to where we are. On August 10th of 2021, the Board of Supervisors authorized the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and execute an agreement with Stanislaus Community Foundation to facilitate the project plan to support Stanislaus 2030. It was a 10-month sprint process co-led by Stanislaus Community Foundation and Stanislaus County, which began this effort and started a deep data dive for our region by Brookings Institution, including community input through various outreach efforts and several work groups into a blueprint for the next decade and beyond. The final investment blueprint was published in November of 2022, the culmination of the 10-month sprint, including strategies and tactics to build a more resilient economy in the coming decade and beyond as well. In March of 2023, Stanislaus County Supervisors approved $1.3 million for the next stage of Stanislaus 2030 economic development, a team that is focused on development of talent development strategy, an entrepreneurship and small business growth strategy, as well as an expansion of child care services. Amanda will present on each of these areas in more detail. Immediately following this item, you will also hear from Karen Werner, and she and her team will cover the bioindustrial manufacturing focus area. It is important to highlight that at today's meeting, we're asking for the board's consideration of the proposed initiatives and approval to allocate $5 million of ARPA funds by the proposed initiatives. Staff will return at a later date to request approval to enter into agreements and include clear scopes of work, ensuring services and activities are ARPA eligible expenses. I will now hand the presentation over to Amanda Hughes.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Chairman Grewal, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and Council Bose. It's my privilege to be able to come back here after a year, being in this position, leading such incredible collaborative work to build a more inclusive economy in Stanislaus County. It has been a busy year, and I'm really thrilled to be able to have my consultancy teams here today to talk about the work that we've done in partnership with community around childcare, small business entrepreneurship, and talent development. When I started this position, let's see here. Is it?
Yeah, it's this one. Go.
Okay. There we go. When I started this position, one of my first priorities was to help recruit and onboard the advisory committee before you, which is reflected of multiple sectors and geography across the community. I am grateful for these volunteers who have helped guide and shape this work and direction of Stanislaus 2030. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help. And just want to thank those board members who've been able to participate today and be here to endorse the work that we're doing today. I always like to bring us back to the original why. Why does this work matter? As we know from our work with Brookings, over half of the county's population struggles to make ends meet. That represents 80,000 children who are growing up in homes who are struggling. And we know that over a majority of those families have parents that are working full-time. And we know from our work that this is a story about the quality of the jobs. And only a third of the jobs in the county we would define as being a good job, meaning they make at minimum $28 per hour, they have access to benefits and a pathway to a career. We know that in order to reduce the number of children in struggling families by half, we need 40,000 more good jobs than we currently have today. Which is why we've organized time and attention over the past year around these priority focus areas. These are the enablers and the drivers that help build an inclusive economy. I'm going to walk you through today the work that we've done to really build a plan around expanding childcare, building robust talent pipelines into good jobs in manufacturing, as well as ways to build a more, to bolster the small business ecosystem so we have more business starts in our region. To highlight some of the work with childcare, the statistic that really stood out for us at the beginning was that in order to meet workforce demand, we needed 36,000 more childcare slots than we currently have today. Since that time, to help us really unpack what that means in Stanislaus County, we've partnered with Nurture, which is a nonprofit focused on the economic mobility of childcare workers, to help us really do a deep dive and assess the landscape and understand, well, what are the pain points within the childcare sector? How do we address the shortage? And how do we improve the quality of childcare jobs? So I'm excited to be able to invite Jennifer Brooks from Nurture up to the podium to share our robust 10-year implementation strategy and our plan to turn Stanislaus County from a childcare desert into a childcare oasis.
It's nice to see you all again. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to talk about the work that we did that Amanda so eloquently laid out for you. The report, as she mentioned, is called From Childcare Desert to Oasis, and it's really about how we transform the landscape for childcare in Stanislaus County. So I'm going to start off by talking about what we knew about childcare coming into this project. We knew that childcare was a broken market. As a sector, there's not enough supply, parents can't pay for it, and the result of that, of parents' inability to pay for the true cost of care, is that wages in the sector overall are depressed. The average wage adjusted for cost of living is about $10 per hour in the state of California, and supply lags behind demand. We also knew that Stanislaus County is what is known as a childcare desert, meaning that there is one space for every 3 children. What we learned through our landscape analysis is that things are a lot worse here. There's actually one space for every 5 children. And the shortage is most extreme for the youngest children because they're the most expensive to care for. Home-based childcare is a sort of rose among the thorns in an otherwise broken market. And that's why it is the focus of our efforts. There's several reasons why we're focusing on home-based childcare. The first is that we're taking the biggest bite out of the problem. So infants and toddlers are generally cared for in home-based settings. Part of that is due to parental choice. Part of that is that it's not profitable for childcare centers to care for the youngest children. So we're building the supply in the piece of the sector where it's in need. The second is that, unlike the rest of the childcare market, being a home-based childcare entrepreneur has the potential to be a good job. So caregivers who take kids with subsidies and they apply sound business practices can net after expenses about $50,000, which is a good job in this county. And it's a good job for people who may have a lot of barriers to opportunity. So having a high school degree or diploma, having the ability to speak English, and even having legal work authorization papers are not requirements to get licensed by the state of California to run a home-based business. Oops, go far. And the last reason is that it is a really powerful economic development tool. So not only are we creating a job for that entrepreneur, but that entrepreneur is enabling other parents to go to work. And because parents can work, they can work more. Because we are reducing worker turnover and lowering absenteeism, every new business that we create has an impact of $272,000 annually on our local economy. Unfortunately, the number of childcare businesses that are home-based has really seen a 2-decade decline overall. The decline started in the recession statewide, but it started even before that in this county. So we've got our work cut out for us. As Amanda said, overall, there is a shortage of 36,000 spaces that are needed to meet worker demand. We took that number and zeroed in and tried to get to a number that we could wrap our heads around. So we looked specifically at infant-toddler spaces, and that's about 17,000 spaces. And then we also looked at where the workers were, where people were living in poverty, and where there were a number of people who were sitting out of the workforce because potentially they didn't have childcare. And when we take that screen and that really big number of 36,000 spaces, we get to 1,500. Which still is a really big number, but if you spread that out over 10 years, that's 150 new businesses a year, and that is the target that we have for the next 10 years. And
businesses or slots? The businesses, okay.
These are businesses.
6,000 are slots.
Yep. So you can multiply that number times 8 to get to the total number. We did some surveying of both employers, workers, and potential workers, and we confirmed what we suspected, which is that a shortage of care is in fact a problem for large employers where they have difficulty filling vacancies or absenteeism. On the worker side, we definitely saw the need for care, particularly among Spanish speakers. And so switching gears here, we show that parents have need, but is there an economic demand for childcare? And what this slide is really talking about is the broad ability of subsidies that is available in the county and how that has really changed the opportunity landscape for home-based childcare businesses. So you can see from the chart that funding was flat for childcare subsidies that come from the state for forever, it might as well been forever. But in the past 5 years, we saw a 10-fold increase in the dollars that are flowing into the county through the largest child care voucher program, the alternative payment program. And the reason this is so important is that it turns a need for child care into an economic demand because it increases the purchasing power of parents, particularly in low-income neighborhoods. This slide illustrates the difference from the caregiver side. So what we heard through our surveying and interviews was that people are receiving care. A lot of it is informal, and the caregivers who are providing that care are earning very little wages. There's a quote on the screen from a woman who is caring for 5 children and earning $40 a day. And if you turn that into an annual number, that's about $12,000. And parents are saying this is too much. So that's what's happening in the county absent an intervention. By including subsidies and then helping the entrepreneur be licensed, we go from the earning potential of about $12,000 a year up to $73,000 a year. So you might say, well, why doesn't everybody have a subsidy? And the reality is people are broadly unaware that subsidies exist, which is not surprising, and it's not anybody's fault. This is a problem up and down the county where subsidy dollars increased rapidly from the state, which is a wonderful and overdue, and yet there was not a corresponding increase in money to let parents know about that. And part of that is because there is not enough care available. And in fact, in Stanislaus County, there are literally hundreds of parents who have been approved for a subsidy who can't find a provider, so they can't use that money. So in our survey of workers and potential workers, we found that only 1 in 4 English speakers knew that subsidies existed and less than 1 in 5 Spanish speakers. So the big takeaway from our landscape analysis is that we not only need to build the supply of care, we also need to raise awareness among parents that subsidies are available to pay for that care. And we need to do so in a very strategic way where we're building the supply of care and the awareness of subsidies in the same places. If we don't do that, parents will not be able to pay providers enough to stay in business. So that was the landscape analysis. Switching to the pilot, which was the other part of the work that we were funded to do, our overall objective was to recruit, prepare, and support 25 entrepreneurs through the state licensing process and through the business startup process. What we were testing was Nurture's core approach, which is scalable, on-demand learning content that is designed with and for marginalized entrepreneurs. That learning content is paired with virtual one-on-one support. Everything is in Spanish as well as in English, and capital. So $2,500 startup grants to those who get the license and complete the coursework, as well as access to a zero-interest credit-building loan. The pilot structure was we ran it from August to January, and we were going through 2 courses, Accelerated Licensing and the Business Essentials course. Those courses last 12 weeks, and each time we offered it, we had an opportunity to test new outreach strategies, because we weren't just testing, does the program work? We were also testing, could we get to the people in the communities that were most in need? And it also gave us an opportunity to establish service linkages with other partners in the community who have a stake in this. In terms of recruitment, we tested nearly a dozen different outreach strategies, and the big takeaway is that reaching our target audience will require patient investment and narrative change. We need to recognize that reaching the most marginalized community members, they have learned to expect little from formal services or from government. And so there's a lot of skepticism about the sincerity of this program and the money that we're offering. And there's also a lot of misinformation across the community about what the requirements are to be licensed and a whole host of other issues. On the really positive side, we found that our most effective strategy for reaching the most marginalized, disconnected potential entrepreneurs was personal testimony. And the more entrepreneurs who go through the program, that number is just going to increase, and we've built it into our ongoing outreach strategies. So did it work? Yes, it worked. So we exceeded our target for course completion. You'll see that 43 entrepreneurs so far have completed the course. We shortened the duration of the licensing process, which often will take an entrepreneur on her own about a year to get licensed. We got that down to about 12 weeks. 96% of the graduates were confident that they had the skills and the knowledge they needed to run their business. We effectively reached a low-income audience and a Latina target audience. And the businesses that have been created to date, which is 25 so far and counting, mean that we have 200 new permanent childcare spaces in the county that we didn't have a year ago. That number will only increase as the course completers get through the licensing process. And the economic impact of just the ones that have been created to date is $6.8 million each year. And now I'm going to turn it back to Amanda to talk about our plan.
Can I ask a question? I hate to do this in the middle, but I'll forget. The $2,500 zero interest loan, which is fantastic. Did we determine that $2,500 is what we could afford, or that's what was necessary for them to complete whatever they had internally in their house? Or
the $2,500 startup grant was funded with ARPA funding. The zero interest credit building loan is in partnership with Mission Asset Fund, which is a community development financial institution, and that's the financial tool that they have available, that they make available to all of the entrepreneurs who they work with.
But is it underwriting enough? Was the $2,500 chosen, that amount of money chosen, because that's what's necessary for the average person to get their business up and running, or is that just a portion?
It really depends. We've had some natural experiments of as little as $500. Was that enough to get them through the process? It was certainly helpful. It costs about $500 to just get licensed, to pay for all of those fees. So $500 would be probably the floor. In other counties, we don't have dedicated funding, so we make $1,000 startup grants. We know that's not enough. I can tell you that with certainty. $2,500 from the narrative responses we get back, it is a meaningful amount of money that enables them to do what they need for their business. Would they like a $5,000 grant?
Yeah.
Sure.
Everyone wants more, but I thought it was chosen. That's great to know that.
Jennifer, oh, sorry, one more thing, sorry. So the 2,500 went to the 43 that completed the course, or just to the ones that are actually in business?
The ones who have completed the course and been licensed. That's
Okay.
when we do an exit interview and do the grant application
Perfect.
at that point.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. So we know that in order to take this pilot to scale, it's going to involve all of the partners in the county, really thinking strategically about how can we all support the childcare shortage and close the gap. We've identified ways to collaborate with workforce development around training programs, and Nurture's in the process of getting on the ETPL with this county's County Office of Education has actually submitted an application on their behalf. We've been in conversations, and we have an MOU with CSA so we can track and see if we have shared clients that are participating in the training program that may be in CalWorks. We know that families that are participating in programs that have young children, this may be a great opportunity for them to go to work. So we're really thinking strategically about recruitment and enrollment, and also about how to align resources in new ways to advance this work. We've set a very ambitious goal over the next 10 years. Our success plan is we want to see 1,000 new home-based childcare businesses, as well as expanding 500 existing childcare businesses to larger licenses. We know that if we do this, it will result in 12,000 new licensed childcare slots and will create $408 million annual economic impact in our county. So we have our eyes on a very big prize. In order to get this done, we are really investing in the expansion of getting more entrepreneurs into the childcare business startup. We've piloted, we know we can get it done quickly. We want to really work to enroll and recruit families to get into that program. We also know, as Jen has explained, that we also need to make sure parents are aware of the subsidies. If we don't get more parents to sign up for subsidies in the neighborhoods that have the highest demand, the businesses that we help launch will fail. So we have to do both simultaneously. And we need to really dedicate our time to measuring our success, really ensuring that families that participate in this program, that start new businesses, are actually seeing an increase in their monthly wage. We want to make sure that we can convert childcare into a better job. So we're really committed to evaluation, because that will also help build a stronger case for funding, so we can bring in other resources at the federal level to support the work at the local level. We have created a 10-year budget, really honing in on the next 2 years. Our goal is to get to 300 new startups, 150 new startups per year. We are requesting from the county $1 million, which would cover the cost of 200. It would incubate 200 new businesses, childcare businesses in Stanislaus County, and we have identified the other 500,000 from other sources amongst our collaborative partners to fill in the gap. And with that, we are going to transition over into our small business portfolio. I would like to just say a few words about the work around small business. What I love about the child care play is that it actually is an entrepreneurial play. So it really does align with our broader goal of advancing entrepreneurship and small business development in Stanislaus County. But we know broadly as a county, we have fewer startups than the rest of the state comparatively. And in order to change that, we really need to invest in the small business ecosystem. To help provide guidance along the way, we've contracted with Next Street that has really come in to help synthesize some of our data and help us really develop a more comprehensive strategy based on the original ideas that were in the investment blueprint. I just want to call out that over the past year, we've set up a collaborative team that's really helped guide and shape the strategies that we're going to present to you today. I'm really grateful for these partners, some of whom are in the room today. They really have come to the table and helped ensure that the strategies we are bringing forward are endorsed by community. And just to give you some context, this work really began in earnest with the work group process with the original investment blueprint. There were multiple ideas that were in that blueprint that our partners were excited about. And when we started convening partners a year ago, what we realized right away is that we did not have shared agreement on which strategy we should push forward first. And we also didn't have the same definition of what a small business is. And so we had a little bit of grounding work to do. And so we were delighted to bring in a partner, Next Street, who works at the national level in communities across the country, really doing similar work, helping communities develop a more robust small business ecosystem. Next Street came in and really helped us refine and develop the roadmap that we're going to share with you in just a few moments. And I just want to call out that we really led a community engagement process. Partnering with Workforce Development and the Stanislaus Equity Partners, we were able to conduct interviews along the way with small business owners and entrepreneurs. These were critical inputs into the plan that we're going to talk about today, as well as stakeholder interviews with all the community-based organizations that are mission aligned with small business development. And Next Street took that information and really helped us make meaning of it together, which is all, and we brought together our partners over the course of the last year 6 times to really vet the information, strategize, and prioritize the big ideas, which is what we're about to share with you now. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to my partner, Katie Robbins from Next Street, to give you the insights that we are sharing with you today.
Thank you, Amanda, and good morning, Chairman Graywall, board members, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. My name is Katie Johnson Robbins, and as Amanda said, I represent Next Street, which is a mission-driven firm that really works on behalf of America's small businesses, especially those that have been systemically held back. We've been in operation for almost 20 years now, and we've worked in over 30 communities across the country. And I'm the partner in the firm and the head of the strategy and design team. And I've personally worked in a number of different place-based economic development opportunities, including most recently Chicago, cities like Chicago and states like New Mexico. So excited to be here with you. We've been working, as Amanda mentioned, with Stanislaus 2030 for several months, and so excited to share the outcomes of that with you today. On the screen here, we can see some of the summaries of our work, and I won't read you the entire screen, but I think a couple of opportunities to really highlight are some of the strengths that the county has to offer here, which really has a very strong network of direct service providers and many community development financial institutions, or CDFIs, that are really eager to engage in the work. And so really excited to build on those opportunities, in addition to just having such a robust network of small businesses. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide, and a high proportion of supplier businesses in comparison to the state. So we can really use those assets to address some different gaps. Some of those include, struggle with navigating various resources, struggle in accessing different capital opportunities or not having the right capital products, as well as kind of a need to develop some of the capacity, both in terms of volume capacity and also in terms of specific training or capabilities amongst some of the different capital and service providers here today. So let's talk a little bit more about that. On the screen here, we'll just talk a little bit more about the businesses that we're trying to serve. This is sort of a compositor overview of those small businesses. Small businesses are critical to the Stanislaus economy. Nearly all businesses based locally are small businesses with less than 500 employees. 56.8% of the workforce is employed by a small business, and most small businesses have fewer than 10 employees. Top industries here in the county include a lot of those businesses that sometimes we call Main Street businesses: retail, restaurant, healthcare, things that are really vital to our communities every day. And also, I should mention that those Main Street businesses, as we're considering things like ARPA funding, also tend to be those that are were most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. A critical factor, I know, for ARPA funding. As we look at small business landscapes, we also really want to make sure that we're prioritizing and hearing what small business owners are saying themselves. So I won't read you, again, the full slide here, but I just want to call out some of the trends and sentiments that we're seeing around some of the permitting and red tape issues that are persistent in many communities around small businesses' ability to get their businesses going, as well as persistent issues in accessing capital. And so all that leads us, the full collaborative group, to prioritize 2 different business segments. One is that Main Street business segment that we talked about being so vital and central to the economy, which represents nearly half of small businesses in the county, has a high proportion of historically underserved owners and workers, as well as really have a lot of different organizations trying to serve those Main Street businesses today. So a strong foundation to build upon. We're also looking to prioritize those supplier industries, agriculture, construction, manufacturing, transportation, and warehousing, which represent fastest growing industries here in the county. So a high opportunity for scale and high growth, often really strong job growth opportunities for these. Also now is kind of a strike while the iron is hot moment for supplier businesses because of some of the Investing in America funding that's coming down the pipe, as well as different regional initiatives. And so really good opportunity to get these small businesses access to some of these supplier contracts. And, with that, I think, a real opportunity at this moment. So how do we serve these businesses? So we've developed a multi-pronged strategy here with the vision that by 2030, any person who wants to start, sustain, or scale a business in Stanislaus County will have the support they need to be successful. And there are initiatives under the Main Street pillar around the creation of a loan fund, a revolving loan fund that provides flexible microloan products for small businesses, a one-stop shop or sort of a centralized resources for small businesses to access support and financing. If we'll all recall back to some of those days around businesses trying to figure out the PPPs from the IDLs and all of those things, as well as just the robust growing network of capital that's out there today. We also want to develop the capabilities and opportunities for supplier businesses to scale. So one of these pieces is around working with some of the different anchor institutions to understand their practices for procurement and help businesses access those contracts and supports. Another is around technical assistance or coaching and capital for those supplier businesses themselves. I know in some of our sessions people cited the one or two people who can actually provide that type of coaching today locally and kind of the need to expand the volume of access there. And then finally, just making sure that the overall environment encourages business growth. So access to more streamlined permitting and providing sort of a roadmap for that. The investigation around an incubator space, as well as capacity building for local CDFIs and service providers, we often call business support or BSOs, with capacity building grants to help grow their operations and also improve some of their training and product mix. Ultimately, capacity building is a huge enabler for all of these different opportunities. You think about a loan fund, you think about ability to actually provide supplier TA. All of that will require expansion of services and expansion of know-how in order to actually meet those demands. So let's talk a little bit more about that capacity building opportunity. Oh, actually, sorry, first, let's talk about how this might roll out over time. So we're looking at a multi-year phased approach where given this ambitious strategy, many of the Main Street business opportunities will be a little bit more front-loaded, given the many assets that are out there today, a strong foundation to build upon. While the supplier businesses or the supplier supports will require a bit more research and alignment with anchor institutions before those are fully realized. Now let's talk about capacity building. So just before we dive in here, I just want to talk a little bit about CDFIs. So CDFIs are Community Development Financial Institutions. Apologies, I'm running out of breath here. These are basically like nonprofit banks. They have both mission side and a financial requirements that they're trying to meet. And kind of it takes a lot to fulfill both of those different needs. Organizations like credit unions or nonprofits can apply to have a CDFI designation, and that can either be the primary foundation function of the organization or can be one of a few strategies that organizations employ. Thank you. I'm from Oklahoma City, and it's allergy season, so thank you. So Stanislaus has a number of these CDFIs, many with fairly new CDFI designations. So this is a group that's really looking for support in terms of building out these services. And so, what does that support look like? We're thinking of that as kind of two prongs, both operating grants to help sort of expand staff capacity and strengthen their systems, as well as cohort-based TA programs that look to kind of build out some of those capabilities. Things like fundraising, if you're a credit union, that might not be something that's in your wheelhouse, is actually accessing things like CRA grants and things like that. And so really a great opportunity to expand the capacity of the CDFI program. Another opportunity is around business support organizations. So these are often nonprofit organizations, SBDCs, things like that, that also could use additional capacity. As we're driving more and more businesses to these services, being able to make sure that they can fulfill those services, and also continue to refine their programs to be able to meet that demand. And it's important to note that for both of these services, both the CDFI and the business support pieces, that there are existing programs out there that this can be modeled after. You don't have to reinvent this from scratch. And so overall, what does it look like to actually meet these different goals? So we're proposing an $8.9 million budget over 4 years, with $2 million coming from county ARPA funds for the projects that are best aligned with some of the ARPA funding priorities. We've also identified a number of other potential sources of funding, things like EDA funding, other local ARPA funds, investments from financial institutions or other regional collaboratives. Some of this is in progress, and some of this will need to be raised over time. Overall, this is a great opportunity to leverage ARPA funds for more dollars in investment, as you can see sort of by the diversity of these different funding opportunities. And I'll hand it over to Amanda to show the detailed budget.
Thank you, Katie. What I find to be most exciting about this work, and that we now have a robust small business implementation plan, it is essentially a case for funding. So we've already started to look at some of the opportunities that are opening up. And last year we applied for the recompete grant, and I just wish that we had had our plan a year ago, because I know we would have been competitive based on what we have on this plan today. So we really think we've put ourselves with our best foot forward to align resources strategically at the federal level, as well as some of the private philanthropy that's really invested in small business ecosystem development. So we have put together a list of funding recommendations that we think are most appropriate and that really are designed to help families and small business owners that have been most impacted by COVID. We know with the elevation of a one-stop shop, it does increase the access services for small business training programs, so they know, they're aware of what programs exist, how to navigate the permitting system in a way that they can be successful, and also really thinking strategically about how do we up the game of all of our partners that are providing supports for small business owners in our region. That includes the financial partners, the community development financial institutions that are literally designed to help underserved businesses, as well as our mission-aligned organizations, our chambers, our SBDC, and our CDC that are working to really build out programs to help small business owners at the margins. And we're thinking strategically about what it's going to take to hold this work over time. This is a really ambitious agenda, and we know it's going to take manpower, and we're going to have to really think strategically about how we can partner with workforce development, SBDC, and other partners on the ground to help bring all of these strategies to life. Over the immediate near term, our priority focus is really lining up the resources to invest in this work. We have several grant opportunities that we're seeking out right now to apply for, some of which we're not even putting for you today, but really thinking about how do we get investments in the loan fund, and we're really looking strategically across the board of what of our strategies line up with different funding sources. So that's a big piece of what we're working on now, as well as formalizing working group structures. So we have, the structures in place to actually build out these strategies over the next year. And for us, it's really about how can we get to some quick wins and then focus on those strategies that'll take a little bit more time to get off the ground, like the anchor strategy to really build out the supplier chain locally. So with that, we're going to move on to the talent development portion of the presentation. And I just want to call out that one of the most striking things in the investment blueprint was just how fundamentally important the talent pipeline is as an attraction for other firms. We know it's one of the #1 reasons that a business will expand or move to a region is the quality of the local workforce. And when we started looking under the hood of what was going on locally in Stanislaus County, we realized that we had a problem. We saw a misalignment between what was being created within our education institutions and what was actually needed from our local firms. As we went a little deeper and we focused on the manufacturing sector, because it's one of our largest traded sectors that has quality jobs that are being left unfilled, we realized that we have a pending crisis. Over 25% of the workforce is approaching retirement, which, if you do the math, and you'll hear about it when I introduce my colleague Gary Bodette today, that equates to 3,400 positions that are not going to be getting filled. That's going to really put our region at a detriment, and it's going to harm our local firms. And we know that there's an opportunity. There are folks that are looking for good jobs. They just don't have the skills yet to fulfill those jobs. So we have been aggressively working with local industry partners to set up an industry talent exchange, creating a sector strategy around manufacturing, bringing our education and workforce partners into the room with us to map out the possibilities. What's the pain points today, and what can we do differently to really address the skills gap challenge that we have in good jobs in manufacturing? So I just want to call out once again, I'm incredibly proud of the industry partners and our workforce partners that have been at the table with us over the past year. You're going to hear about it in a sec, but these partners committed to half-day workshops, 4 of them over the month of March. Like, they've committed a lot of time and attention. They care about these strategies, and I'm thrilled that we have their endorsement on the robust talent development strategy that we're putting before you today. So with that, I'm going to invite my colleague Gary Bodette from BCI Consulting to talk about our process over the past year, key insights, and our recommendations for addressing the manufacturing skills gap.
Thank you, Amanda. Hello, everyone. My name is Gary Bodette. Nice to see you. All right, so like Amanda said, we've had a good time working with our industry partners, working with education. I've been learning a lot. I'm a business consultant, so I was able to talk to a lot of these industry folks, and I've been hearing about their problems for a good while, but we just wanted to formalize it and give them a voice, and we wanted to bring education together and workforce and hear from them. Data doesn't always tell the whole story. There's data and then there's facts. So we were pulling data, but when you actually talk to some of these industry folks, what are they really seeing? We start to get more of the facts. So some of the key deliverables that we did, we had to get that work group together. And I'd say the biggest thing that made it successful was industry-led, industry first. It was a pull system based off of hearing from the industry needs. Instead of pushing what we think is best onto them as far as skills, we gave them the voice, and we surveyed them, we interviewed them, and we brought everyone together. So that was successful with our work groups. We also created a competency model, and what that is, it's kind of like a menu of job skills where education industry is able to look at that together. And it has been approved by industry where they're saying, we want this skill, this skill, this skill. Let's create a program out of it. So just to help update the curriculum so that it's relevant, that's being taught in high school and community colleges or for any workforce type of programs. Then let's move on to forecasting, which is, it's not a perfect science, but we looked at historical data. We listened to current demands, and we're looking out in the future to see what skills are needed, what jobs are going to be needed as far as technology taking us to a new point at a very rapid pace. So we did do some forecasting on certain jobs that we'll go over, and then mapping the workforce. We had a good time just understanding what current programs are already out there, what's being taught, and then just kind of aligning those, get them even tighter to what industry wants. And all of that came together into, you see at the bottom in green there, a strategic workforce plan, which it should be available. It's live now for everyone. It's 100 and something page, almost 200 if there, so there's a lot of reading. So we're not going to go through everything today, but I'll cover some highlights for sure. All right, so the strategic workforce plan, I guess the best way to say it, it's a structured approach to aligning current and future needs of manufacturing needs with education and workforce development, ensuring that the workforce is equipped with the necessary skills and competencies to meet market demands. So we spent a lot of time on that workforce plan, and as Amanda alluded to, the workshops that we did when we had industry and education and workforce together, we're working on the plan together. So they weren't just kumbaya meetings, just everyone get along. Even though there was good snacks there, it wasn't just about the snacks. We actually worked on the strategic workforce plan. So you'll see in the plan that there is the first part, which is a building block. So those things we expect to be standardized. We don't have to keep updating those. But part two, the initial workforce plan, I can't stress enough how this plan needs to be a continuous living document. It has to be addressed as new technology comes out, as new needs comes out. It's not a one and done. So the way we have it, how it's online, but we're updating things as new demands happen. So we'll go over some of those key highlights of the initial workforce plan. One of the findings, we talked about the retirement, and this is kind of the data on that, where, yeah, in manufacturing, it does have the highest age population, and we do include agriculture and manufacturing together. So if say 10%, because we have 27% that are 55 or older, 10% each year for the next 5 years retired, yeah, that's over 3,000 jobs, and that's not including the growth that manufacturing is having. That's not including just the skills that are going to change. And I thought this was interesting about the skills gap, because we're looking at why aren't some of these jobs being filled? And well, over 50% of manufacturing jobs are vacant due to skills shortage in the U.S. manufacturing. So you'll see us address that. So you'll see some of the logos here on the bottom of some of our industry partners, and we wanted to spend some time and survey them and ask them what are the jobs that are in demand. So here's our top 5: maintenance technicians, control technicians, which is getting into automation and robotics and PLCs, all that fun stuff, machine operators, entry-level workers, and production supervisors. So, and why these are important is these are what we're having conversations with: education and workforce development. This is what we need to train for. Okay. Top 5 skills in demand: technical skills. Soft skills is communication, critical thinking, process management, that's some of the lean manufacturing, and then leadership skills. So again, as we talk to education about what needs to be embedded into the curriculum or different workforce programs, needs to have these skills being taught. And then the skills lacking in new employees, so those are, we surveyed and interviewed these companies and said, think of employees you hired within the last 3 years. What are some deficits? What are some problems you see? And number one is professionalism, by far. It's getting people to show up on time, to kind of have a nice personal brand, to communicate, eye contact, handshake, all of those things, just being a professional. And by far, that was the number one request. So as we got to the forecasting part, just to show a little bit of how we approach this plan, was not all jobs are created equal. There's ones that take a lot more time, so we call those pivotal roles. We looked at those where they're defined as jobs that maybe take 5 to 10 years to be proficient as you're working in that, getting that experience. Where those are a little bit different than the core roles where it takes 6 to 12 months to become proficient. So we had to look at those areas to say, yep, this company, maybe they need 1,000 employees. Well, that's just as difficult as a company that needs one highly specialized employee. So as we go through the plan, or you go through the plan, you'll see that's kind of, we had to consider both of those things. And here's no surprise with technology. Another thing that we had to consider, because we have to think about the future, and this is from Deloitte. This was a pretty interesting graphic, just the skills that were required yesterday versus today, and then tomorrow, just as we're getting into more automation. Some of the workers before didn't have to deal with HMIs as much, PLCs, conveyors, and now we're having to upskill our employees, all of our employees. So it's not just about training students and job seekers, it's about training our current workforce. Okay, so with that, we come to our manufacturing objectives. This comes about through all of our meetings together and then also through the strategic workforce plan. But we need to increase in qualified job applicants for the manufacturing in Stanislaus County and our region. We want to reduce the skills gap. We want to make sure that we're giving out relevant certificates and programs that will help lead to those good quality jobs. And by doing that, we have to keep aligning industry and education. And we need to improve the perception of manufacturing and agriculture too. So our overarching objective, which was kind of the problems that we were noticing that we wanted to help solve, was there was a lot from industry and education. It wasn't just education wasn't doing one thing or industry wasn't doing one thing. We noticed industry were asking, what job skills do you need? Well, it depends who you ask. You ask the operation manager, you're going to get some answers. You ask HR manager, everything's going to be soft skills, right? So it just depends on who you ask. So we made sure when we put together a team that we got full representation. And then education, notoriously slow to respond to certain programs. So we have to work through these things, look through our barriers, and instead of working in silos, we want to get more cohesive, work together, where we're all aligned, and we're working on programs together that are industry-led. So with that, we came up with 6 key strategies. One, we have to keep the industry and education collaboration going. 2, we want curriculum development for manufacturing skills, and we're talking about building content and certificate programs that are offered to all manufacturing companies in the county, so small business would have access to them, large business. That way there's some standardization. 3, the fast track certificate programs. Those are a lot of the things where we're talking about high school students, job seekers, where we get a meaningful certificate that has those skills that were mentioned that we could get endorsed by the companies that we had the logos of. It says, yes, this is what we want, put our logo on it, we endorse it. So we're looking to build those. We want to expand the apprenticeship and internship models that we currently have. For job quality, we want to look at creating an operational excellence program where we're giving toolkits and things to employers, but we're also kind of doing assessments and looking at their career growth plans that they have internally to help them out with that. And then finally, we're looking at manufacturer rebranding, so a type of marketing campaign that lets students and young people know that there are some cool things that are going on in agriculture and manufacturing, some of the new technology, and just to say, you know, if you're going to work in ag, that doesn't mean you're milking a cow all day long, but there's some cool things that we're doing, some cool technology, and just to kind of represent those things. All right, I'm going to hand it back over to Amanda.
So in order to really catalyze these big ideas, we need to create a structure to be able to deploy resources to our partners that are going to build out these strategies on our behalf. We're proposing a grant-making fund that would be in partnership with workforce development, so we can invest in these activities around earn and learn models, like growing apprenticeship programs, growing paid internship programs, building out some of these pilot rapid certificate programs. We really want to think strategically about how we can provide planning dollars and implementation funding to build out these strategies, and really thinking about programs that prioritize families that have been hit hardest from COVID. So thinking about wraparound supports that would be needed to ensure that program participants are successful in completing these programs. We're also really wanting to work alongside workforce development to develop an RFP process, a request for proposal process, to ensure that we have a transparent process for our partners to apply for funding that and an evaluation component alongside with that. And with that, we have a funding recommendation of $1.5 million over 2 years that would really be in the form of planning and implementation grants, as well as any technical assistance that our partners may need in order to build out quality programs. And, you know, our main goal over just like with small business and childcare, it's to put the structures in place to get capital out the door, build out the working groups around the big ideas in its manufacturing strategic workforce plan, and then start applying for other federal and state funding to really support this work over the long term. And with that, sorry, I went too fast. I'll pass it over to Erica.
Thank you, Amanda. So to summarize the county funding asks throughout the presentation in the different focus areas, in the implementation plans, here's a table, and it lists the different focused areas and the potential contractors to lead the implementation plans. But as I mentioned earlier, today's presentation is basically asking the board to consider the approval of the proposed developed implementation plans in support of the Stanislaus 2030 investment blueprint in its strategic focus areas consisting of addressing non-skill barriers, entrepreneurship and small business dynamism and talent development. Staff will return to the board to request approval to enter into agreements with First 5 Stanislaus, Stanislaus Workforce Development, and Stanislaus Community Foundation to include a budget and scope of work to account for the proposed implementation plans while ensuring services and activities are ARPA-eligible expenditures. And with that, we can go on ahead and take any questions that you may have.
Any questions or comments by members?
I just want to say this is some of the most exciting stuff we do. Been on the board a long time, and to get everyone going in the same direction, aligning what we want as outcomes, workforce training, obviously daycare. We've known we've been missing slots. And this is only half of the presentation, right? And so, but this is just exciting stuff, and we have you to thank. We're doing, our part in the funding, but really being engaged, all the community meetings, talking to business, finding out what is important to them, takes a lot of time, and so it doesn't go unrecognized. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. I got Terry Woodrow.
Sorry, where you going?
I was just going to go to the public.
Oh, okay, do that. Go, that's fine.
Okay. Any members of the public wanting to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Terry?
So thank you, guys. It's a ton of work, as Vito said, going into this to make this happen. And I just appreciate Erica, Amanda, Jennifer, Katie, Harry, you guys for all you've done, and everybody. I know we have the partners here for all the hard work they've done. So just great stuff. So we're looking for $5 million from the county at this point to make this all, to get this all to happen. So my only fear is, and again, hopefully you guys are going to prove me wrong here, is that we don't end up, government throwing $5 million towards this. I mean, as far as the child care stuff, just good stuff. We're talking about $1.5 million for the child care, right? I think it was $1.5 million.
Total for 300.
Total, right, $1 million from the county and 500 from.
200.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, I think we were saying that was going to be 300 businesses. Sorry, this is the accountant in me coming out. 300 businesses, we were giving them $2,500, it sounds like, to get it started, so that's $750,000. I just wondered, what am I missing out of the $1.5 million?
So that it's $5,000 per startup.
Oh, $5,000,
So half of the
okay.
$2,500 covers the training
Okay,
costs for the
perfect,
department.
okay.
Yep.
Got it, that takes care of that. So that's great with that, so I'm all for the childcare. Such a need there, we know, it's just it's kind of the root of all evil as far as our workforce, at least as far as our abilities to get moms and dads to be able to go to work and still have kids and raise their families. I worry a little bit just about, and talent I'm all over too. I'm great, I know we've got to get the talent going, there's no question about that. We talked about in our briefings, trying to work with the education system and making that work. Is the key to success there, and I'm just good luck with that, because we haven't had success with our local education systems in the past. But if anybody can do it, I know you guys can do that. And so a little worried about the entrepreneurship. It's just a little bit that scares me a little bit here, and that we're spending, again, government throwing a bunch of money at something, and are we going to get results from this? And so. I guess that's just my only hesitation is on that, and I guess that's, Katie, just kind of the stuff that worries me when I look at what we do a lot of times in government. We have all these great programs and we throw money at it, and then we spend most of the money on all these planning and consultants and all these things, and how much actually gets to the businesses, how many businesses actually get helped by this when it's all said and done. And so so that concerns me a little bit out of the three kind of categories we're talking about here. And I get it, the overhead for the community foundation to help fund this stuff. So all great. My concern is, again, hopefully we get the education to play in the sandbox with us. If not, we have a backup plan to go around them if they won't. And then as far as the businesses are concerned, let's not just spend all the money on planning and working on trying to figure out how we can help businesses, actually try to get it to the businesses and help them be successful. So again, that's a very high level look at this, but otherwise very happy with the work you guys have done, and looking forward to results from all of this. Thank you.
maybe just offer.
CEO Hayes.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like to just offer a couple of comments. Thank you so much, Supervisor Withrow, for the input on each one of these and the input you provided during briefings as well. Just want to reiterate process to make sure everybody's aware. We're actually going to take the feedback from today, and we will be coming back with the actual items to fund these things. There'll be more opportunities to get into some more of the details if warranted or requested. And so we're going to have another discussion just on that topic around small business supports. And you'll have an opportunity to weigh in and help shape what those recommendations look like in their final form.
Any other questions, comments by members of the board?
No questions. I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work you've done. All the briefings that we've attended, our questions have always been answered. It is great work. And there's always that risk something doesn't pan out. And I think this is something, especially with the talent development and the child care, I think those are all great programs that we need to continue to invest in and see what transpires. I really do think that we're on to something. It's just that big question mark, right? Whether we can pull it off or not. And let's see.
All right, well, also I would share into the comments made by my colleagues. Appreciate all of the briefings. I know they can be a little bit cumbersome, but we appreciate it. It's a big investment that we're making with one-time dollars that came into this county that we feel that could be transformative for years to come. And, you know, we feel that we have the right people, all of you that are investing so much time and partnering with the right agencies and the right people to make this happen in Stanislaus County. So thank you so much. And I will, with that, I will entertain a motion. And just with the caveat, this is big money being spent, but we've been briefed on this many, many times, so it doesn't happen with a lot of thought and education before making this decision. So with that said, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Terry's my motion guy today. I appreciate it, Terry. I appreciate it.
Now second.
All right, I got a motion by Supervisor Withrow. I got a second by Supervisor Chance Condit. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Just so we can kind of get out of Stanislaus 2030 mindset and get into Beam Circular, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break. They're going to get Everyone, our next item is item 7.2, consideration of proposed projects and programs under the trade sector initiatives for the bioindustrial manufacturing industry strategy and approval of a contract with Beam Circular for the period of July 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2026. And this presentation will be kicked off by Erica Ignacio from the Chief Executive's Office.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Graywall, board members, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. Erica Ignacio, Deputy Executive Officer, and I will be kicking off the presentation for Karen Werner, CEO for Beam Circular. On the screen, you will see the presentation overview for this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. But before we get started, you heard from Amanda Hughes earlier on Stanislaus 2030, its blueprint and the 4 focus areas, which also included bioindustrial manufacturing as one of those 4 areas. The bioindustrial manufacturing focus area vision is by 2030 for Stanislaus County to be a top location in the country for bioindustrial manufacturing firms from scale up to commercialization, creating significant numbers of new quality jobs for residents across all skill levels, specifically providing greater opportunities for unemployed or underemployed county residents. To fulfill the bioindustrial manufacturing growth partnership function, a new hub organization was launched known as Beam Circular. This is where I will let Karen take over so she can provide you with more background on Beam Circular, a summary of what has happened in the first year, and share a project portfolio as a result of this year's accomplishments.
Thank you, Erica, and good afternoon, Chairman Grewal, CEO Hayes, board members, and Council Bowes. It's really, truly an honor to be, as Amanda said, back with you after this first year of work, which has been so exciting and fulfilling, and I'm really looking forward to updating folks. I know we've spoken in depth about the work of Beam Circular and our plan moving forward, but I'm looking forward to providing some updates as well as sharing with the public updates on our work as we continue to grow this exciting new industry and sector opportunity here in Stanislaus County. To kind of give you a preview of where we're heading, I'm going to give a bit of an introduction overall to Beam Circular, kind of re-ground folks in who we are as an organization and what we're doing, background on the circular bioeconomy to recap, get people up to speed again on this opportunity industry that we're focused on in order to deliver those good jobs for local residents. I'll share updates on our work to date and highlight some particular accomplishments from the past year, and then we'll provide an overview of the portfolio ahead. Beam Circular is a local nonprofit organization launched in January of 2023, really working to unlock the power of local communities to transform waste into both economic prosperity and environmental solutions. We're really grounded in this belief that every person in the Central Valley should have access to a good job, to clean air and water, and to a thriving community. As we get started, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the backbone team that has been built over the past several months. This team is really driving so much of our work with Beam Circular, and I'm really proud of the talented and incredibly passionate and committed group of folks that have come together. If you'll let me, I want to share just a little bit about a few of our team members. So our team is co-led alongside with myself by our Chief Program Officer, Gloria Margamez. She's a chemical engineer by training who brings over 18 years of global experience in the areas of renewable energy, climate change risk assessment, sustainability, and circular economy principles. She's originally from Mexico City and now based in Modesto, California, and is a proud member of our Central Valley community. And she has degrees in chemical engineering as well as an MBA and a Master of Sustainability and Environmental Management from Harvard University. And we're really delighted to have her leading our program portfolio. Maria Olida, who's with us here today and will be part of the presentation later, is our Chief Operating and Financial Officer. Maria was born in Mexico and raised in Ceres, where she and her family participated in local farm working activities. She spent her career in various finance leadership roles, including serving at KPMG as a partner in the management consulting practice and as a manager in the audit practice. And she was most recently a CFO of Farmers Business Network, which is a leading agricultural technology company. She has a BS in Business Administration from UC Berkeley and an MBA from Stanford University. And I'm so grateful grateful and excited every day to co-lead this organization with Maria and Gloria Marr. We also have built a really fantastic team, including several folks who are with us today. Matthew Godinez, our Director of Community Engagement, Eric Neuenfeld, our Director of Workforce Solutions. You'll be hearing from both Matthew and Eric a little bit later in the presentation as well. And then we are also joined by Cynthia Nee, our Director of Innovation Programs, who has a PhD in chemical engineering and a true passion for sustainable waste utilization. Jessica Hilbel, our Program and Operations Associate, who is Beam's first team member and joined as an intern when she was a student at UC Merced in environmental engineering. Our newest team member, Gihad El Hanafi, who we're so excited to have join us as a program associate. She also has a bioengineering degree from UC Merced and was most recently working in technology, innovation, and industry relations at UC Merced. And then we're joined today by our summer program assistant, Cody Dowdle, who is a student in engineering from Modesto Junior College. I wanted to share a little bit about our team as we get going because truly as we build and grow this work, we know that we really need to have a strong backbone of leadership of folks who are deeply committed to our local communities to be driving this work forward, and we're excited to continue to grow the team that's coordinating and supporting partnerships across our community. I also just wanted to take a sec to acknowledge Dean Laura Mackey from Modesto Junior College, who's been a wonderful partner and champion in our work, and we had a number of partners here earlier in the presentation as well, who I know look forward to ongoing advising and collaboration as we move forward. So the brief little context and bridging between where we just came with the Stanislaus 2030 presentation and what we'll be sharing now with Beam Circular is that one of the major recommendations that came out of the Stanislaus 2030 investment blueprint was the importance of investing in targeted traded sector growth. So targeted industries that offer greater access to high quality family sustaining jobs for local community members. And the particular opportunity that was developed and recognized through the STAN 2030 planning process was a sector opportunity that we talk about as the circular bioeconomy or bioindustrial manufacturing. And this sector really has this opportunity to deliver multiple wins and benefits for our local community. This is a chance to diversify the regional economy into more of these higher paying jobs. It benefits our historic strengths and legacy industries, in particular agriculture and food processing, who have new revenue and value streams opened up through this growing industry, as well as the ability to meet some of their sustainability and environmental goals. This is a chance to improve local water and air quality by reducing pollution from local biomass waste streams, and this is a chance to attract new investment in our region, which we will talk specifically about later in terms of some of our progress to date and the ways that there are opportunities for return on investment from the county's funding into this initiative. I do want to note as a reminder for folks that one of the reasons we're really emphasizing in these economic strategies traded sectors or industries that bring where we sell the good or the service outside of our region is that every new job in a traded sector typically supports 3 to 5 new jobs in locally serving industries. So this is about a target industry that we're excited to grow, but the way we're going to close our good jobs gap here in the county is through the ripple effects that this new target industry cluster is going to bring and attract. So we were launched in January 2023 to advance this new opportunity industry in Stanislaus County and the surrounding North San Joaquin Valley. You can think about our work as really grounded in the key strategic pillars that were introduced in the Stanislaus 2030 investment blueprint for sector advancement. BEAM stands for the Bioeconomy, Agriculture, and Manufacturing Initiative, and our portfolio of work and the way that we've lined out the projects and recommendations for the county moving forward continue to be grounded in these key enablers for sector development, including investment in enabling infrastructure, in access to innovation, access to capital, talent, and workforce development, as well as a number of cross-cutting initiatives that really help us build the overall ecosystem around our work. So as we work through our project portfolio, you'll continue to see us reference those pillars in alignment with the Stanislaus 2030 recommendations. Finally, as a final piece of kind of grounding and context as we get into the rest of our presentation, we want to provide kind of the outline of investment to date. So as a reminder, in January of 2023, the Board of Supervisors approved a $10 million commitment to advancing the Stanislaus 2030 bioindustrial manufacturing sector strategy. We talk about that strategy overall as the BEAM initiative because it's a little bit less of a mouthful. And to date, out of that original commitment, you have deployed $760,000 in contracting with Beam Circular for us to create this hub organization, to stand up a backbone and really put a flag in the ground to say that we are building this cluster and this region is ready to lead in bioindustrial manufacturing, to further develop and refine the investment strategy, and to actually launch, lead, and coordinate a number of different ambitious projects and programs across this portfolio. So over the past year, that's what we've been doing. We've been creating this backbone team. We've been pushing the strategy forward, starting to deploy pilot projects, which we'll share more about. And I'll note that over this past year, Beam Circular was incubated at Opportunity Stanislaus. And I really want to thank and acknowledge CEO Dave White, his CFO Katie Winders, and the Opportunity Stanislaus team, which really was very supportive over the past year as our organization was formed and got underway. We are now proudly an independent California nonprofit organization, and we are excited to have built the capacity to carry this work forward into the next phase. I'll add my last note here, which was that a specific part of our contract with the county to date has been to develop specific recommendations for how to deploy the rest of the remaining ARPA funding. We're continuing that work alongside the county to support the deployment of the remaining commitment to the initiative. All right, so for folks who are a little less familiar, I'll offer a little bit of the background and kind of big picture of this opportunity sector that we're talking about here. What are we looking exactly to lead in as Stanislaus County when we talk about the circular bioeconomy and bio-based manufacturing? The grounding here, and I always like to start with this, is that this is an industry opportunity that is really focused on tackling the specific goals of our local communities. We know from the STAN 2030 research that over half of children in Stanislaus County are in families that struggle to make ends meet. And the vast majority of those kids are in households that have one or who have at least one working adult in the household, who has one or two or maybe more jobs that they're working trying to put food on the table and meet the basic cost of living here in our community. So we are really grounded in focusing on nurturing new industry activities that are going to increase access to those quality jobs to cut the number of children in struggling families. We also really recognize some of the unique challenges of our local communities as it relates to the environment and public health challenges. On the screen is a map that shows the Cal Enviro scan, which is a combination of metrics and data that looks at how local communities at the census tract level are doing when it comes to pollution burden, the impact of climate change risks, as well as other combining factors around poverty and public health challenges. And our communities here in Stanislaus County are among the most burdened in the state when it comes to local pollution burden and that intersection with health outcomes. We know we have really high rates of asthma, for example, here in Stanislaus County, and that is related to our air quality. So what we're excited about with Beam Circular is the opportunity to attract and grow and nurture new businesses and industries that are delivering high quality jobs and also happen to be solving some of our most pressing and important environmental and public health challenges. The circular bioeconomy you can think about as a really, really big scope of economic activities, technologies, and businesses that use biology to create value. That's what we're talking about at the core when we talk about bio-based manufacturing or the bioeconomy, using biology to create value. The circular bioeconomy, and the word circular is in there for a specific reason, because we are especially focused on those bio-based technologies and businesses that take waste or byproducts or residues from existing activities and use all of those waste streams or underutilized byproducts and turn that material into new value. You can think about this as moving from a take, make, waste type of linear approach to a circular economy model where waste is brought back into the system. This is super exciting because it reduces pollution, but it also creates these really new revenue and value streams, especially for farmers and food manufacturers. There's a lot of different types of biomass or organic material waste streams that we have available in this region in really high volumes. Those include, for example, things like what you see up there on the left. That's grape pomace. That's what's left over from winemaking. We have mountains of grape pomace here in this region. We have a lot of nut shells and hulls from almonds and walnuts and pistachios. We have a lot of woody biomass, so those dead trees and tree trimmings and retired orchards that have to be taken out on a regular basis across our many different types of tree crops. That woody material can be turned into value. Historically has been burned, but we're rolling out a ban on agricultural burning here in the San Joaquin Valley that will be implemented in full by 2025. Our local farmers need to figure out what the economically viable alternatives are going to be for those orchards. We also have a huge amount of other types of damaged crops or food scraps, pits and peels, food processing sludge, the waste that kind of comes out with the wastewater, as well as municipal green waste, landscaping waste, and other sources from livestock to poultry and other food, agricultural, and municipal activities. So we got a lot of the stuff on the left, these inputs, also called feedstocks, different types of waste streams. These different diverse materials can be turned into many different types of end products. And so this is a broad industry. When we talk about the sorts of activities that can be nurtured here in our community, it ranges from bio-based energy and fuels, for example, sustainable aviation fuels, which is a growing segment with significant federal investment across the United States as part of the bioenergy sector. But this also relates to materials such as textiles or bio-based plastics, other sorts of polymers that are used in many, many, many different types of applications, from the things we wear to use every single day. There's a lot of agricultural products that fit into the bioeconomy, such as organic fertilizers and soil amendments and pest solution products, and lots of food applications as well. So alternative proteins, nutritional products. There's a lot that you can do using the power of biology to turn organic material into something really useful and valuable. So this is a big tent sector, and we want to keep that in mind, that this isn't about nurturing one type of kind of niche business. This is about many, many different types of businesses. I'm going to share just a couple local examples of real live companies that are already growing here in our region. So Divert is a company that has been expanding in Turlock that is tackling food waste, especially from retail. They both prevent food waste up front. They divert any usable food that is in excess from the grocery stores and Walmarts and Targets of the world, and divert usable food to food banks, and anything that is expired or unusable, they have a technology that separates out the plastic and puts the rest of that expired food into use as bio-based energy and fuels. This is a company growing right here in our local community. Nitricity is a startup in the climate-smart fertilizer space that is also expanding here in our local region and working right now to develop one of their first facilities, hopefully here in Stanislaus County. They are creating a really exciting, environmentally friendly alternative to traditional fertilizers that really uses water, air, and electricity, and sometimes they throw in a little bit of almond shells and turn it into an official organic product. This is an expanding company here in our region. Caribou Biofuels is headquartered in Modesto and is a mobile biofuels unit. They have a piece of equipment that sits on the back of a truck and can go out into forested regions as well as onto food manufacturing sites and agricultural sites to take a wide range of different types of forestry, agricultural, and other waste streams and turn that into biofuels and carbon credits, as well as a product called biochar, which can be used as a soil amendment as well as used to make make stronger construction materials and other interesting applications. This mobile unit right now is further benefiting and part of plugging into our local economy because Caribou Biofuels is working with a local company called Flory Industries, based right here in Salida, that has been an over 100-year-old family-owned business right here that many folks know, producing harvesting equipment for the agriculture sector. This local business is now diversifying into the bioeconomy by becoming the manufacturer of the equipment for Caribou Biofuels. So the bio-based manufacturing sector, as we talk about ripple effects, is not only about new biomanufacturing operations, it's also about enabling local companies to retain or create new jobs, create new value and revenue streams by becoming part of the value chain. And then finally, one of my favorite examples, because this one's so fun to envision, is a company called Nut Jobs that is also growing their operations here in the Central Valley, which takes almond shells and turns those almond shells into bio-based plastics. Their first product going into the market is a nursery pot for the horticulture industry. So you can imagine going and picking up your plant or your new tree in a pot that can be planted right into the ground that's fully biodegradable. So a really cool product and an example of applications in the agriculture space. So I'm going to give kind of a flavor of some of the types of businesses that we have already been working with and that are already expanding here in our region. But this is a really big industry. It is growing tremendously across the globe, and this is everything from baby formula to new ways of making concrete, packaging materials, clothing, and more. And we are positioned here in Stanislaus County to truly be the global leader in scaling up bio-based manufacturing across these many different exciting opportunity areas. The last thing I want to note here is that as we've gone about getting to know this industry, really working with national and global experts and scientists and industry leaders, we've learned a lot about the range of technologies that exist in the bioeconomy. And we've also heard from community a desire to make sure that this initiative is focused on advancing and attracting sustainable biomanufacturing operations. So we've really developed a sophisticated and robust sense of the range of different technologies that are out there, from biological conversion technologies, that's like fermentation, so quite similar to centuries-old technology that we use to make wine and beer and cheese, but now being applied to make these new types of bio-based products, to different types of chemical processes, often that use oils and fats, or thermochemical properties, such as pyrolysis and gasification that have to do with the use of heat. There are many types of emerging technologies and models and sorts of businesses that can be part of the circular bioeconomy, and Beam Circular is really focused on investing specifically in and supporting those that are using clean biomanufacturing technologies that are reducing net emissions and net pollution here in our local community. So that does mean that we are not supporting open burning or any new direct combustion-based conversion projects. I want to note that the jobs in the bioeconomy are really diverse. So when this opportunity industry was highlighted through the Stanislaus 2030 market analysis, the reason it was chosen as such a great opportunity for our region wasn't just because we had all this abundant, waste stream biomass, and it wasn't just because we were really good at manufacturing in this region. Those are two big reasons. It's also because the jobs in the bioeconomy have a lot of adjacencies and similarities to what our workforce is already good at. These are a lot of different types of jobs across different types of skill sets. I think sometimes when people hear about and learn about biotechnology and biomanufacturing, they're thinking, okay, this is all PhDs and lab coats. I think it can be kind of intimidating. I'm a non-technical person who's been learning about this space and often get intimidated by some of the national lab scientists who've been advising us on the technology side. But what is really exciting and encouraging is that when you talk to the actual manufacturing leaders in this field, when they try to explain what an operation is like on their site, they're like, you know what? My operation is really similar to running a brewery, or really similar to running a winery. We're pretty good at those types of things here in this region, and there are jobs for folks without college degrees who are straight out of high school or who have taken a vocational or trades path. There are also degree, opportunities for career trajectory that do require and embrace higher education. And so, both on the engineering and manufacturing side, life sciences, infrastructure, operations and management, as well as education, communications, and outreach, there are a wide variety of different types of jobs requiring a wide range of different skill sets. And you'll be hearing later from Eric, our Director of Workforce Solutions, about the ways that we're starting to work with our local education and workforce institutions to develop the training pathways, certifications, and degree programs that will allow inclusive access to these many different types of job and career pathways. So this is about good jobs that are accessible to our local community members. And as we are attracting and growing and nurturing these new businesses, making sure that these jobs are going to our community members. Finally, for folks who haven't heard me talk with great enthusiasm about how well positioned our region is, I do want to continue to spread the word that we've looked at all of the counties across the United States and found that the North San Joaquin Valley, which includes San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced, is the only region in the United States that combines the top level of agricultural production, so a lot of that feedstock, a lot of that biomass, in the same place as a leading level, top level concentration of manufacturing activity, meaning we've got a lot of relevant workforce, supply chain, infrastructure, and expertise. And we have both of those things right in the middle of direct access to leading innovation and technology resources. That is incredibly rare, and many of the global leaders in this field have headquarters or innovation happening, within an hour to 90 minutes of us here in Stanislaus County in the Bay Area, up north in Sacramento. And we are really well positioned to both nurture our own innovation and R&D expertise here, while also being the ripe, ready landing place for manufacturing for these companies that are headquartered or being invested in by institutions right around us. I'll chat a little bit more about what that certified AA is, but note that we have national recognition of this region as a bioeconomy development opportunity zone because of our unique combination of assets we have here. With that, I'm going to invite up our Chief Operating and Financial Officer to kick off what we want to talk through in terms of our progress to date and some highlights from year one as Beam Circular. Maria, would you mind coming up?
Thank you, Karen. And good afternoon, Chairman Grewal, CEO Hayes, members of the board, and Council Bose. Very good to be here. Karen has already spoken about the seed funding that you guys provided, and I'm going to be talking about a further financial update. And we're very grateful for the $760,000 seed funding that you gave us, and we're very pleased that we actually were able to use that initial funding to raise an incremental $6.1 million, which represents an over 8 times return on investment on that $760,000. So very pleased. Hopefully you're pleased with the return. And we have been able, I think what's also as exciting is that the mix of that $6.1 million is across the board. We've been able to get federal funding, state funding, private funding, philanthropic funding, which really is a testament to how compelling the work that we're doing is across a lot of the different funding sources. So I'll talk to you through a few of those. We received a $1 million National Science Foundation Award. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that one because Karen is going to talk a little bit more about what that entails. We also received a $3.6 million state economic development pilot grant from the California Jobs First. And that's really an exciting grant because that was able to fund several of our really important pilot projects. So it's funding an accelerator program, it's funding some innovation vouchers, technical assistance vouchers, really important work to really help incubate some of the companies in the bio-industrial manufacturing space that are going to be here. It's also funding some of the important work around funding our K through 12 institutions, our community colleges, and introducing bioeconomy work in that by helping them with grants and the development of some of those programs. And also, very importantly, it funds some of our community engagement efforts. Some of you guys have been at our meetings, and we've been very intentional about engaging with the community. Matthew is going to speak a little bit more about that. So lots of funding to really fund all these really important programs of our portfolio. The last $1.5 million from the private and philanthropic investments have been covering a lot of our building of the beam circular organization and just some of the backbone activities that we've done, and also very importantly funded some of the initial design of our scale-up facility, which is really important to get off the ground, and it will also this investments will also fund some of our feedstock access innovation work that we're going to do. So lots of resources coming to this effort, again, really important, and I think, again, just every dollar that's being invested is being returned in multiples for this effort.
All right, so we're going to run through a few other kind of highlights from this past year, starting with this really exciting anchor effort funded through the National Science Foundation with additional support through that seed funding from the county to launch a regional collaborative that we call an innovation engine across our Tri-County area, anchored right here in Stanislaus County, that includes public and private partners working together to advance this regional ecosystem. We know we are not going to become the world's leader in bio-based manufacturing through the work of one nonprofit organization, that this has to be about aligning and continuing to collaborate and draw in investments and contributions to work from the private sector, from local and state government, and from our education institutions across the region, in addition to local community organizations and labor. So this has been a significant effort over the past year to do a really deep planning process supported by this planning grant from the National Science Foundation, and we had over 100 individual contributors to this planning sprint over the past year, and we are now on track to deliver on submission of a $160 million implementation award as the next phase of this NSF effort. So we're hoping to be quite competitive for this. It will be competitive. We were one of only 2 projects in California and one of 44 across the United States to receive this $1 million planning grant in co-led by UC Merced and Berkeley National Laboratory last year. And we'll be competing against these and other potential proposing projects across the country for this implementation grant in the next round. What's exciting is that regardless of what happens with that specific grant opportunity, this has been an opportunity to build momentum and get that buy-in and alignment across many different institutions. So we call this network the CBio Collaborative, Circular Bioeconomy Innovation Collaborative, and this is really Beam Circular's network of partners. This is our community of anchor partners that continues to grow, that includes all 3 of the county governments here in the North San Joaquin Valley, multiple agency leaders from the state of California, the National Laboratory right next door in Emeryville and Berkeley, which I want to note that the partnership from Berkeley National Laboratory has been quite extraordinary and enthusiastic from the start of this work. And for folks who aren't familiar, Berkeley National Laboratory is the leading recipient of Department of Energy funding for bio-based innovation and activity. So they really are national leaders in this industry that we are working to ground and advance here. Our industry partners span agriculture to manufacturing, of course the biosciences as well, and then local community alongside the 3 community colleges and 3 four-year universities as well in our region. So this is a big coalition of folks working together to advance this engine. I wanted to highlight, because the state's support has been really important in coming alongside that initial seed investment from the county, and they are big partners in advancing this National Science Foundation opportunity as well. I want to share a couple comments from some state leaders, and if it's okay, I'm going to read this quote from the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. The CBio Collaborative is a tremendous example of California's leadership in building the green industries of the future. Our agricultural heartland is exactly the place to launch and scale innovative solutions in the bioeconomy that benefit workers, communities, and our food system while advancing the state's climate priorities. This development award from NSF is fantastic recognition of the North San Joaquin Valley's role as a global leader in the bioeconomy. We've been really grateful for the governor's office's support throughout this process. I'll also share a brief note from California Secretary of Food and Agriculture, Karen Ross, who sits on our leadership council, who says the forward-leaning solutions embodied in this engine will ensure the long-term viability of agriculture and the vitality of our rural communities. So we're really honored and excited that this effort that was seeded and continues to be catalyzed by Stanislaus County is attracting this sort of state and actually growing national recognition of this being a true leading example of what's possible when you bring together cross-sector collaboration to advance this really important industry. Some other milestones from the past year as part of this collaborative process included 2 major milestone events. So in addition to dozens and dozens and dozens of working group meetings and planning meetings as part of this process that brought together these many collaborators, we had 2 larger events that really brought together the broader collaborative, including a design forum hosted last October at Modesto Junior College that had over 100 of our partners involved. And then just a few weeks ago in May, we had a community symposium at UC Merced that brought together over 230 community members. It was open to the public, and we had this really incredibly exciting combination of local community residents, leading national scientists, faculty, educators, businesses, startup entrepreneurs, and it was pretty exciting to see that combination in one space, and again, to see the recognition of this region as being on the forefront of advancing this opportunity industry. At the heart of this really is engagement of our community and centering on what local Stanislaus County residents and the residents of the North San Joaquin Valley want for their futures and for their kids. And to chat a little bit more about our community engagement program and progress from this first year, I'll have our Director of Community Engagement, Matthew Godinez, join us.
Buenas tardes, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Matthew, or also known as Mew Mew to my baby niece. So you guys can direct yourself, you guys call me either or. And I serve as the Director of Community Engagement at Beam Circular. And I'm glad to present the progress that we've made over the past year in fostering community involvement and participation with Stanislaus County and beyond. I firmly believe that Beam Circular is committed to building a sustainable and inclusive circular bioeconomy. And a crucial aspect of our work, precisely, is engaging with community members to ensure their voices are heard and their needs are met. First and foremost, we have successfully engaged over 200 community members through 13 of our community conversation events. That's outside of the community symposium that we just spoke about. These events have been the backbone of our outreach efforts, providing a platform for open dialogue and collaboration. They have been held both virtually and in person, in English and in Espanol, across multiple locations to maximize accessibility and inclusivity as well, right? We have hosted community conversations in Patterson, West Modesto, South Modesto, amongst other neighboring cities, and we are actively working on expanding these events to other communities within Stanislaus County. To ensure that these events are successful and inclusive, we have collaborated and continue to collaborate with local community-based organizations. Many of those have been here presented before. These partnerships are vital in reaching a broader audience and ensuring that our initiatives resonate with and benefit the community. To further support participation, we have implemented several accessibility measures, such as we offer stipends to participants, we cover transportation costs, and also provide meals and child care services where needed. This support ensures that everyone, regardless of their circumstances, can participate fully in our events, understanding that there are some areas that are more needed than others, right? One of our major milestones, as Karen had mentioned, this year was the Community Symposium held at UC Merced, where a few of you folks had the pleasure of joining us. This event was designed to bring together community members from diverse backgrounds to learn, share, and collaborate on circular bioeconomy initiatives. We made sure, something that we made sure of in this event was that transportation was not a barrier. and by providing a bus for Modesto and offering transportation stipends for those who needed it as well. That was something that the community requested, and we fulfilled that need. Meals were provided for all of the attendees, and we offered live translation services to ensure that language was not a barrier to participate as well. Additionally, we prepared educational materials in multiple languages, and we made that content accessible to everyone. Our efforts have not only fostered greater community involvement, but also have built a stronger, more connected community that is informed and engaged in the circular bioeconomy. We are grateful for the support that we have received from the community and our partner organizations, and are excited to continue this important work, and we're also grateful for your seed investment and look forward to continuing working together. Les agradezco su tiempo and for considering the progress we've made, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, carrying on our updates from the past year, I'd like to have Eric Neunfeld, our Director of Workforce Solutions, share a bit about some of the initial pilot grants and funding we've been getting out to our education and workforce partners.
Thanks, Karen. There are a few acts that are more challenging to follow than Matthew, but I'll do my best here. Good afternoon, Chairman Grewal, CEO Hayes, and members of the board. My name is Eric Neunfeld, and I'm the Director of Workforce Solutions for Beam Circular. My role is to connect industry with educational partners as we catalyze our local bio workforce. My background is in both higher education and industry, and I'm passionate about creating access to good paying career pathways. So one of the first ways we've catalyzed our local talent ecosystem is through our workforce development pilot grants. These grants were enabled by $150,000 from the National Science Foundation. We use these to fund 3 regional projects. The first project was at Stan State. Stan State is using their award to stand up a Pedagogy of Innovation certificate for K through 12 educators. So building a traded sector like the bioeconomy really requires us to do deep work within all of our educational systems, and Stan State is leading the way with some truly transformative strategies. MJC received an award to conduct a thorough analysis of programmatic alignment with career pathways in the bioindustry. And finally, our partners at Delta to the north will develop and launch a new Introduction to Biotechnology course and an internship program connecting talent with industry as we develop pathways and models for connecting our community colleges with industry partners. Another key strategy for creating access to careers in the bioindustry is something that Maria mentioned earlier, our grant through California Jobs First. So we recently launched our Bioindustry Career Exposure Grants Fund. These $25,000 grants are really focused on creating early career exposure and multiple pathways for both K through 12 students and community college students. So we're emphasizing a few programs. I just want to highlight one of them. MJC's MESA program is really focused on creating diversity and achievement in STEM through supporting students who have barriers to access. So these programs track to primarily 4-year degrees. We're funding a research program in the bioindustry to provide students with early career exposure to research opportunities. We've also established a really exciting partnership with an organization called BioBuilder. BioBuilder is a highly successful national model with support and recognition from the White House. BioBuilder provides learning kits to build skills and actual credentials for success in biomanufacturing. So we're piloting a micro-credential program through this grant with some of our local schools. These micro-credentials provide industry-recognized skills and pathways directly into industry as early as high school graduation. BioBuilder specifically is excited to invest in the future of our region's bioindustry, and we're partnering with them closely. I want to thank all of you for your ongoing support of Beam's work to create access and opportunity to good paying careers in the bioeconomy. Thank you.
Did great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. All right, we'll start. I know everyone's probably getting hungry. We'll move it a little bit of a clip here. So,
That almond plant was looking really appetizing.
yeah,
I
you're
was
starting to look at these
fixated on that.
byproducts. They
Yeah.
might be a main product here. Just to kind of round out some of these pilot projects that we've launched over and are in process of launching, coming into this fall, we'll have a number of different specific programs for local businesses, including the launch of a new accelerator program, innovation vouchers, which allow local, especially small businesses, access new technologies and expertise, a technical assistance program for those local businesses that could be part of the bioeconomy value chain. So those agricultural or manufacturing or other types of local supplier businesses that could benefit from the growth of this industry. This is technical assistance for them to become part of that value chain. And then a matching grants program really specifically laid out in the STAN 2030 strategy that supports local small business access to existing funding for commercialization and growth. So stay tuned as we continue to launch those over the coming months. Primarily, that list is supported through that California Jobs First funding to pilot a number of these different programs. And then wanted to share, again, this news that one of our big things we were able to invest in this year with support from the county and co-sponsorship from the Almond Board of California is a certification of our region as a bioeconomy development opportunity zone, BDO zone. We got a certified AA rating, which means we are really an incredibly deeply studied site that has been acknowledged as having abundant feedstock supply, specifically from tree nut crops, and that we are ready based on our infrastructure and that reliable supply for bio-based projects. So we've been getting calls as an organization from real project developers who are now looking at siting in Stanislaus County and here in our region, creating jobs here because of this recognition and the marketing opportunities for our region that has come from this over the past year. And then finally, want to note that we are launching some really significant partnerships and have secured funding to launch a new portal that will allow us to do matchmaking between local feedstock suppliers, so local farmers or food processors who have some of these waste materials or feedstocks, and match those folks with potential users of those feedstocks. Right now, we get those phone calls or emails from both suppliers and these bio product companies knowing about our work, who are saying, hey, can you connect me with someone who has some extra almond holes, or who has, we're interested in woody biomass. Or I got a call from a company that specifically was looking at poultry litter as their feedstock. And so they were like, who are your egg layers in the region? We want to be able to do that matchmaking at scale. And we also know we need to continue to advance innovation and R&D so that our locally available biomass can be used for as many different high value opportunities as possible. So we're really excited to be continuing to build a partnership with Berkeley National Laboratory, with the University of California, USDA, and other partners who are part of a collaborative advancing our regional feedstock access, and Beam Circular will be host of this portal to do that matching and that market development at scale. All right, so that's kind of an overview of some of the highlights from the past year. You have really deep dive information on our full portfolio of work. And so I'm going to give kind of the high level scan here of how we have continued to refine and evolve the portfolio that was recommended in the Stanislaus 2030 investment blueprint. But what I want to highlight is that our strategy continues to be very grounded in, and you'll see continues to align with those specific recommendations that came out of STAN 2030. And at its core, as we can move into the next phase of our work and building up, growing these pilot projects, moving into scale, continuing to build capacity across our region, this remains anchored in delivery of those good family-sustaining jobs for our local community members. That portfolio, again, you can think of as grounded in those key enablers for sector growth. So this slide, which I'll come back to, is just a reference point for where we are and working through Beam Circular's project portfolio and what we will be continuing to grow and lead over the coming years, is centered on each of those pillars, and each bullet point represents a different program or project. So we'll kick things off right out the gate with a focus on our first set of programs and projects here, which we call our cross-cutting initiatives. And so we'll talk about the backbone organization, Beam Circular, which serves as the lead, the growth partnership for this industry in our region, and provides programmatic leadership and coordination across the rest of the portfolio. We'll touch very briefly on the innovation engine's next phase, Beam Fellows program, and our testbed manufacturing and innovation campus. So starting with the first project, which is Beam Circular itself. So this is the backbone organization that is leading and coordinating the overall initiative. And we really think of our work as about facilitating collaboration, pulling in those public and private resources to deploy those strategically in our community, and to incubate and nurture projects that may be scaled up or ultimately owned by other organizations or institutions. We do a significant amount of direct program delivery through our team as well when there are gaps in our local ecosystem. So one way to visualize our work is across a number of what we think of as our pillar programs. That includes innovation and R&D partnerships, workforce development, business and economic development, which is where we think of those different business services and programs that we were talking about earlier, like innovation vouchers, accelerator, et cetera, our community engagement work. And then we do work in public policy in the sense that we serve as a technical advisor and consultant to local government, such as the county, as well as our local municipalities and state government increasingly, to provide recommendations around ways that government can come alongside and be a good partner to this growing industry. Ways that you can think about potential permitting, zoning, services, other sorts of policy and incentive considerations to enable the growth of this sector. And we provide that research and that technical expertise on the needs of this industry for our government partners. So that's an important piece of work that we are continuing to provide here in our region. We have a number of what we call our anchor projects, which are, include CBio Collaborative, that innovation engine, the innovation campus, which I'll talk about, that feedstock portal that I just mentioned is in development, and then our accelerator program. And these projects are ones that involve significant co-leadership by other institutions, and we are facilitating or incubating a large-scale project. And then we as a team provide overall initiative leadership and support and capacity, including things like marketing and communications, finance and operations, and the ongoing planning and impact evaluation that's necessary to ensure that we're able to kind of keep rowing in the same direction across these many different organizations, as well as delivering on what the community is hoping to see as outcomes from this work. Moving into our other cross-cutting initiatives, I already talked about the innovation engine, so I won't say a lot here other than this slide represents the strategic vision framework that's been developed by this collaborative and which will be the foundation of that NSF implementation grant that we're pursuing, the $160 million, and that will guide ongoing collaboration work across the region to advance this sector. That includes collaborative, centering of community in this work, what's called use-inspired research and development. So instead of kind of ivory tower research, this is about identifying real challenges and use cases and solutions that have a demand in the market and investing in partnerships on the R&D side that are tackling those specific use cases. A focus on translating that innovation into practice. So how do you commercialize and scale up those solutions so that we can see those economic, community, and environmental benefits? And then, of course, ongoing work in workforce development. This framework is specific to the National Science Foundation's way of how they are thinking about these regional ecosystems. And it really does align quite well with the way Stanislaus 2030's strategy laid out the enablers of sector growth. We have a project that is part of the portfolio that is developed through ongoing feedback and recommendations over the past year, which is piloting a fellows program specifically to build capacity in local institutions and organizations where it makes sense to have a staff member or a team member at another organization, for example, a local economic development organization, a local government agency, an education institution, where learning about and developing expertise in the bioeconomy would allow that institution to align its own resources and strategies better around this growing sector. And so BEAM will be providing the training and professional development for a cohort of these fellows here in Stanislaus County to continue to grow our shared capacity and expertise to support this growing sector. And then we have our innovation campus, which will be the home of a scale-up test bed biomanufacturing facility. Folks will recall that this was a significant strategy recommended in the STAN 2030 investment blueprint. We have done significant work over the past year with a guiding committee of different stakeholders who've been contributing to ongoing vision development, as well as the completion of a first phase of design and engineering with our design partner Next Rung Technologies. They are a national leader in sustainable biomanufacturing facility design. And we've been working with these partners to develop the design for a campus that will truly serve as a global center of excellence for circular bioeconomy innovation and zero waste biomanufacturing. This campus is specifically focused on delivering local environmental and economic benefits here in Stanislaus County and our region. And it serves to fill a really specific market gap and need that was originally identified through our partners at Berkeley National Laboratory and that we have since validated through really extensive market analysis and research, which is that there is a shortage in the United States of pilot and demo scale biomanufacturing capacity. So this shared testbed facility will provide that pilot and demo scale capacity that helps companies to move from lab-based early level production to taking their technology, say, that turns shells into, nutshells into a bio-based plastic. They can scale that technology up to the next level of production that allows them to then get to commercial scale manufacturing. They need access to a shared facility like this because these companies can't finance a pilot or demo scale facility of their own. They look to a shared or contract manufacturing facility, and right now, many of these companies, many of whom are headquartered right here in California, are leaving the state and leaving the country to access this shared manufacturing capacity in Europe, in Mexico, and in other parts of the world. So the United States right now at the federal level is investing funding into supporting development of these projects across the United States to fill this infrastructure gap, and we are perfectly suited right here in Stanislaus County to really build a first of its kind but grounded in best practices and market analysis version of this sort of testbed facility. We are envisioning this testbed facility as being part of a broader innovation campus that includes a community visitor center, lab and wet lab and office spaces, training and education facilities, so that this can really be a gem for our community. This is going to be a center that attracts students and entrepreneurs and innovators and visitors from well beyond our community to learn, and this is going to be something that really supports the location of companies that want access to the incredible innovation asset that this facility will provide. We'll be able to integrate and have the capacity to do direct on-site, on-the-job training type programs and give students hands-on learning opportunities through this space. The last thing I'll note on this in a reference to the photo on the slide is that is an image of the bio-based Europe pilot plant in Belgium. We've been very intentional with our design partners to draw upon a global landscape analysis of related facilities around the world, learning from best practices and what's worked and what hasn't worked in terms of business models, in terms of how these projects have been developed and financed. And so we're really wanting to, we really see this as an opportunity for Stanislaus to lead and to have a true global center of excellence. And we want to do it in a way that's ambitious and that delivers direct benefits for our community. So we're excited about this project. As a final kind of note on the analysis underway, to get a little into the weeds, in addition to doing deep dive interviews with companies who are users and prospective users of this facility, I'm reflecting, Supervisor Withrow, on your comment a year and a half ago in January when you talked about making sure we have the pipeline of customers actually in place and we validated that demand. We've been doing that exact analysis and developing that pipeline of prospective users through a partnership with Hawkwood Biotech, an advising and consulting firm that we're working with on this analysis. And in addition to speaking with those direct prospective users of this facility and building those relationships, we've been doing deep analysis of our region's feedstocks and which technologies will be best suited for using our region's feedstocks. And that's going into the design and engineering as well of what this facility and innovation campus will be able to support. I think for time, I'll kind of speed through a little bit here, but have some quotes, and you have it in your packet from a couple folks, including the National Lab and one of the interview respondents to that analysis that we've been doing that ends with that particular biomanufacturing firm CEO saying what Beam is trying to build here with this campus in this area is transformational. And it's been really inspiring to hear from these entrepreneurs and these company leaders about their enthusiasm and need for this type of facility here in California. All right, so moving on to the next section of our portfolio is our access to innovation pillar. So in this pillar of the portfolio, the next section here gets a little speedier, so we'll walk through these projects, but I'm happy to answer questions and do deeper dives on any of them. The Innovation Access portfolio includes programs such as our Innovation Vouchers program, our Accelerator program, and our Value Chain Technical Assistance program. Each of these are about supporting local businesses that meet our criteria for advancing quality jobs and local community benefits, and supporting those businesses with access to resources that allow them to thrive here in our community, here in Stanislaus County, and allow them to grow. So the Innovation Vouchers is about connecting with specialized expertise and technology advancement so that companies can continue to grow, especially specifically in the bioeconomy space. The Accelerator program is a really robust support for startups that serves to attract those high growth startups that are ready to transition into manufacturing to our region, as well as to be an opportunity to nurture local entrepreneurs. And the Value Chain Technical Assistance I mentioned earlier matches local companies that can become suppliers or otherwise part of the bioeconomy value chain so that local businesses are benefiting from the growth of this industry and enabling the growth of this industry as well. In our capital connections portion of the portfolio, we have our work around investor network development. This piece of work is a lot of relational work led by the Beam Circular team to develop partnerships and opportunities with especially private sector investors. We know that our region is tremendously disinvested when it comes to access to venture capital and other types of traditional private sector investment. When you compare us even to our peer regions to the south and to the north in the valley, we here in Stanislaus County and in the North San Joaquin Valley have much lower rates of investment in our local entrepreneurs and small businesses. So we're wanting to make sure that we have really strong kind of two-way pipelines with investor communities and where there are sources of private investment in bio-based manufacturing companies. That means making sure that portfolio companies of those investors have access to our resources and information about how to land and site and grow in Stanislaus County. And then it's also about, for our existing companies, making sure that they have access to opportunities in those different sources of existing capital. The second piece here is our matching grants for research and commercialization funding. Again, these are strategies that come straight out of the Stanislaus 2030 investment blueprint. And this work is based off of similar programs in other states and counties or regions that provide micro grants, often small amount grants and funding to companies typically structured as a match that really allow them to unlock access to SBIR, STTR, and other types of programs, typically through the federal government that supports small businesses on their way to commercialization and scale. And so that, if you think about the first one there, that's about ensuring access to private investment, and the second piece here is about access to public capital. Both of which we don't have it as at high rates compared to other regions here in our community. And then finally, the last piece here is a newer recommendation. Well, it's this recommendation was in the Stanislaus 2030 blueprint, but as a minor note on structure, this was framed as a cross-cutting initiative in the blueprint, and we've repositioned it here under capital because it made a little bit of intuitive sense because it relates to funding. This is an Anchor Firms Development Fund. This is about targeted incentives that gives us another tool in the toolkit for landing large-scale projects and employers in our region. So in addition to nurturing the entrepreneurship ecosystem, all of the work we're doing around startups and kind of small and mid-sized companies who are such important employers in our economy, we also want to be really intentional about landing some big fish and some large employers who right away are going to create hundreds of these good jobs that we really need in our targeting. And so this is a tool that will allow us to use highly targeted investments into incentives for companies that meet our criteria for good jobs, that make commitments for local hiring, that meet our criteria related to our scoping on sustainability, and investing not in kind of cash for jobs style of incentives, but investing in things like site readiness or infrastructure for site readiness, workforce development, and other investments that really go into the productivity of our community that we kind of get to keep no matter what happens with that company, but that can be really important attraction tools as we're working to develop those partnerships and relationships with large anchor employers. That brings us to infrastructure. So as we think about the different types of enabling infrastructure that will allow this industry to grow and thrive here in Stanislaus County, we are focused first on industrial site portfolio awareness and readiness. We are partway through an industrial lands analysis and inventory of the sites across our region that are available for bio-based manufacturing. We'll be using that inventory then to make recommendations to the county and other regional governments related to opportunities for strategic investments in site readiness and as well as opportunity sites that are especially well positioned to be clusters for this type of bio-based manufacturing. So we are partway through that analysis, which is going to be a great tool, not only for Beam Circular, but also for our partners, especially in local government, as we think about smart planning and zoning and other economic development activities. Our second piece of infrastructure strategy here is around feedstock development and access. So I like to think about both digital and hard infrastructure that's necessary to make sure that all of those waste streams and biomass sources are available and ready for use. That includes the portal that I mentioned and ongoing strategic work to figure out how might we support things like depots or shared processing facilities that could make sure that our regional feedstock is available, and again, a source that allows these firms to locate here and thrive. And then finally, this is a new recommendation that has been developed by our collaborative this year with lots of feedback from those partners that I mentioned are part of the innovation engine. And that's development of a wet labs and facilities fund. We've realized as we've gone through this work that there is a need and a gap in available funding in the ecosystem for really targeted facilities and equipment. And so this is an opportunity to put aside funding that will be targeted to some really exciting kind of early win opportunities for training facilities and equipment at local education institutions and or incubator style spaces that can be leveraged to support and attract startups here in our community. So we're really excited about that, and that strategy has been really deeply informed by our collaborative of partners and their sense of demand. And finally, that brings us to our last pillar here, and I promise my last slide, Erica, before I'm going to turn it to you, which is our talent pillar. So we've really kind of brought together our talent and workforce development work into what we're framing as one core mechanism for advancing the wide variety of different types of training and education pathways that we need to nurture to ensure these jobs are accessible to local community members. And that's development of an ongoing workforce development fund that can be used to do similar kind of targeted and strategic investments like the pilot grants that we're funding right now. We're not looking to create a parallel funding stream from the complex nature of education and workforce development funding. We know there's funding out there for programs, but what we do want to do is strategically catalyze and support, the development of projects or the piloting of work, the bringing in of new curriculum development, other things that can be done through one-time, relatively modest-sized grants to really catalyze long-term strategic alignment work and development and launch of new programs. This includes an ongoing emphasis on, from K-12 all the way through higher education, pathways in STEM as well as vocational opportunities in manufacturing. There's deep alignment here with the broader STAN 2030 manufacturing talent development and workforce development work, and an emphasis as well on diversity in STEM at all levels, early career exposure, and work-based learning opportunities. We're going to continue to do the work that Eric has been leading to do deep analysis of industry needs and serve as that bridge between industry and our workforce and education partners. And this fund will allow us to seed and catalyze the types of projects and programs that are so needed to make sure that we have this industry prepared workforce. So we made it through the full portfolio. I know people are now probably really excited for lunch, and so I'll hand things over to Erica just with a final, expression again of gratitude for this opportunity and truly the vision and leadership of this board, and as well as CEO Hayes and the Erica, Tina, the staff of the CEO's office has been extraordinary as a partner in enabling this work to continue. So we're really appreciative and excited about the work ahead and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Karen. The board has heard the success of Beam Circular for the first year, along with program recommendations to further develop the bioindustrial manufacturing sector, and staff has the following recommendations for you. Consider the proposed projects and programs for advancement of the Stanislaus 2030 Investment Blueprint Bioindustrial Manufacturing Sector Development Strategy. Approve an agreement and authorize the Chief Executive Officer to sign the agreement in a not-to-exceed amount of $500,000 for the period of July 1st, 2024 through December 31st of 2026 with Beam Circular to continue to coordinate and support program design, business development, marketing, funding identification and pursuit, policy advocacy, and performance tracking to advance the bioindustrial manufacturing focus area, and direct staff to return to the Board of Supervisors to request board authorization to allocate ARPA funds to any of the proposed projects and programs that would be ARPA funding eligible.
All right, well, thank you so much. Any questions from the board members, comments?
I was going to do the same comment, but there you go, he's ready.
Okay, so thank you guys, and sorry to keep everybody here so late, but thank you guys very much for the presentation, Erica, for being, and Karen and Maria and Matthew and Eric. Good stuff. Every time I hear this, I just get more excited about it, and just amazed, Karen, at how you have just taken this thing and run with it. It's just amazing, and how you can stand up there and rattle all this stuff up, which was stuff you probably didn't even know about a couple of years ago. And you guys got this thing going. And Maria, you're a CPA, aren't you? Perfect. So when you get tired of working with Beam, I've got a firm about 5 blocks from here. Just want to throw that out there. We're always fishing. Okay. So
Talk about circular.
That's right. So just one quick, the Innovation Campus, which is kind of where this all kind of started when we first went to over there to the lab over there. So what do you think if you were just, time-wise, time frame, when do you think, and that's a hard question, there's so much stuff going on, but, I mean, if you were just guessing, what would you think that we would actually have an innovation campus? I know we're in the design phase and all that right now, but what would you guess?
So we're prepared with county approval of the next phase of funding. The design to date has been funded through philanthropic sources, not from the county's investment. We are anticipating that as the next phase of ARPA, that we would be requesting county support for the next phase of design. With that support, we have our partners, we're ready to finalize our RFP and have the pipeline of partners who would be prepared to deliver the final phase of design and engineering by end of this calendar year, would be the aggressive target timeline, and certainly by beginning of next calendar year in order to move forward with construction in 2025. Depending on, as you know, there are many unknowns that go into a large project as this type, so site will have big influence on timeline for construction. We are going to do a really thorough site selection process in the second half of this calendar year in combination with the second phase of design. We wanted to have kind of the full specs of the project thought out as to inform that site selection process, and then our industrial lands analysis will also inform that process. So we're hoping to complete design, engineering, and site selection ideally by end of this calendar year, by the beginning of 2025, to move forward in parallel with financing with construction. We are actively exploring the options for phasing of this project because it's important for us to have something open and operational and delivering value as soon as possible. We know we all want that. And what's exciting is that looking at some of the precedent from some of the related facilities in other parts of the world, there are ways to strategically phase this where, dependent upon financing, which we expect will include public and private investment, we could have something operational in a relatively quick timeline. I'm hesitating, you can tell, to give you numbers on that because it feels very site dependent. I would love to see a first phase operational in 2026.
That's great. Yeah. Okay, good. And like I said, what's so exciting about this is over the years we all have seen so many different government financed ventures that government's trying to kickstart and get these things going. But I mean, this is real, what we're looking at here. I mean, this is an industry that's real, it's up and coming, and it really is something I feel good about when it comes to actually taxpayers' dollars going to try to jumpstart this thing. So thank you guys very much. Good stuff.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Anybody else?
I was going to say the same thing. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for
I do have just a couple of questions. I'm sorry, Chairman. Karen, great job presentation. You do well given the state of the county address, but how long you spoke today. I know doing it myself, my lungs were burning after 5 minutes, so I have a lot of respect for what you did today, and great job. I do just have a couple questions. What is the overall footprint do we anticipate of this campus?
So we actually are doing scenario planning with our engineering team right now to look at different options. So you can have we're anticipating the core test bed facility is about a 20-acre footprint with a 50-acre anticipated footprint for the broader campus, allowing co-location of some other complementary activities. Okay. Please take that as an estimate because we are live doing refinement of that scoping and looking at different options. There are absolutely great, smart ways to do this innovation campus with a smaller or larger footprint. And then we also have, in parallel to exploring the test bed facility and innovation campus concept, been evaluating industrial park models for clustering circular economy and circular bioeconomy activities. I would look at that as a more medium and longer term phase, but where we're looking to be able to provide recommendations related to development of larger industrial parks quite soon. We've been collaborating actually with some partners in Denmark who are really kind of global leaders in how you can do what's called bear with me with my terms here, but industrial symbiosis and symbiotic activities where you can have companies, next door to each other where the waste stream from one is the input for the other, and you can get to these really neat, exciting kind of zero waste, sustainability forward development plans for industrial parks. We're wanting to make sure, while exploring and providing research and analysis and recommendations on those types of development plans, that we aren't slowing down the opportunities that are quite immediate with this innovation campus. And we are working with partners to make sure we're thinking through, again, the kind of siting considerations of where would be most strategic for the innovation campus, while also thinking long-term about larger industrial park opportunities, which may be combined or may be separate across the region.
Got it. Okay. And I guess CO Hayes, we're still without a master developer currently for Crows, right?
We do not have a master developer. However, we are in the final steps of bringing on a leasing consultant that's going to help us actually connect directly with some of these opportunities.
Okay. And Karen, I guess just some of my concerns, and I know I've had a single briefing on this with you, and I do appreciate the information you provided, is I guess the cohesiveness for future sectors. Are they going to see this as a viable neighbor, a good pairing? Let's say, for example, as well as many others know, my passion is to locate a future hospital/trauma center, possibly out at the air base. Why the air base? Because I believe that's such a valuable marketing tool to attract a health provider long-term, being that this land is outright owned by the county. Would a Kaiser, would a Tenet, would a Sutter look at Beam and then be de-incentivized to locate out at the air base? And so those are just some of my concerns, and also other industries. And I do think a great model has been Castle Air Base. I think Merced County, I think Atwater has performed exceptionally in making that a viable, vibrant, diversified kind of footprint. And so just some of my concerns are that, along with, the sensitivity to the fact that the West Side has historically seen themselves as kind of the dumping ground for the county. I mean, we have the tire fire as an example, we have Covanta, and so that has been the historical narrative of my constituents on the West Side and how they have seen themselves and how they've seen themselves to being treated. And so I certainly don't want to, I'm not saying that's what the intentions are, but how would you overcome some of that environmental narrative of that sensitivity of just furthering the dumping ground on the West Side of the county?
Yeah, it's such a, thank you, Supervisor Cudditt, for the questions. And I'll start with kind of the last point around the environmental considerations. On a personal note, I am doing this work and so excited about Beam Circular because I was looking to focus my career on solutions for environmental challenges that are going to benefit my kids and other kids, and that are also addressing these barriers to access to opportunity that we have here in our local community. And the focus on the circular bioeconomy is about the advancement of solutions for both. So when you're advancing sustainable bio-based manufacturing, which is a specific lens on the types of technologies you're going to support and attract and incentivize, you are reducing net pollution and emissions. You have this opportunity to create solutions that improve local water and air quality, especially for our most vulnerable and burdened communities that face such high rates of water and air quality challenges, including on the west side of our county. And so we're really excited about and have designed our programs and our coalition of partners, including leaning on the environmental scientists for individual analysis of technology by technology, project by project, looking at the life cycle of what the impact is going to be of different types of projects that we support or that we collaborate with. So we've Beam Circular has been quite intentional about building up that muscle of ability to evaluate and understand the specific sustainability or environmental implications for each individual type of technology and project, and we are really committed to continuing to emphasize emphasize and center that in our work so that the industry that we're building up is one that is not only, can locate in our local communities, but is one that local communities want to locate here, because it's not just jobs, it's, creating different, waste management or sustainability or climate solutions that are benefiting our public health. So, as a framework and as a lens, and as we think about the specific criteria that goes into which companies are eligible for what types of incentives or participation in our programs, as we look into the types of innovation and R&D partnerships that we're investing in, the stewardship of our natural resources and the environmental sustainability aspect of our work is really core and center. And I think the ongoing investment in and prioritization of community engagement will also be important for holding us accountable to that. In terms of siting on the practical side, you brought up Castle, and I was there, was it last week? When did I do my, last week? The days are a blur. Last week I was there on a site visit with our team that's doing our industrial lands analysis, because Castle has been identified across the Tri-County region as one of the opportunity locations for overall growth of this industry. Because remember, Beam Circular's job is not to advance one project. It's to attract and nurture and make successful many projects and companies and business activities across our region. So we were visiting a number of different places to kind of get a sense of a little bit of, from the consultants who are doing this work, different things. And it was absolutely notable to me that at Castle you have Golden Valley Health Centers is located there with a health clinic. And this is a location that's being considered and is zoned for and is appropriate for this type of industrial activity. And so on a very practical level, again, every project has its own permitting and zoning qualification process. And so I would never want to overgeneralize. And across our region, even within our county, there are very different definitions by zone in terms of what counts as what types of light manufacturing or industrial use. In general, the type of bio-based manufacturing that we're focused on, and certainly that would be relevant for the test bed facility and innovation campus is a good neighbor type of activity. And if you're getting into project by project things that don't make sense to be located near a more urban center or other sorts of things, those aren't going to be sited there. Those are going to be sited somewhere else. So, I think it's very project by project. For the innovation campus itself, we're looking at activities that do make sense more, close co-location with other types of activities, but would need to look in kind of the specifics of which project we're talking about to get into the specifics of zoning, et cetera.
No, and I would appreciate that. And if you could do just a little bit more extensive legwork and maybe reaching out to some of those health providers to see what the viability would be if this were located first. And I do think Castle has a distinct advantage, being that they had all this first, Golden Valley, et cetera, the brewery out there, I think they have Wayfair, they're doing the autonomous vehicle project out there, and now they're bringing in possibly this type of industry.
If it's helpful as one other kind of note, as an example case, Supervisor Withrow and CEO Hayes were able to join a site visit to ABPDU, the bioproducts pilot plant out of Berkeley Lab that has been such a technical partner in this work. That pilot facility is located in downtown Emeryville. It is like downtown, and it's in this big kind of shiny building with glass walls, and I don't know for sure where the closest hospital is, but it is a downtown setting. Mm-hmm. And so it is very possible, especially when you're talking about pilot scale, demo scale, innovation type work, those sorts of things co-locate pretty nicely with lots of different types of activities. When you get into larger scale, certain types of biofuels, it kind of depends what you're doing, and that's, again, you'd want to do the analysis project by project. For commercial scale activity, less relevant for what we're talking about with the innovation campus.
I totally understand that. I just do have a hesitancy because I want to have a certainty on my comfort level. This is in my district. It is the premier project for the entire county, but it happens to just be located in my district, and we're all obviously very excited about the possibilities and what it could be. I just want to, I'm just a little bit slower on the process because I want to make sure it's the right fit and the best viable thing for the community, because I do think if you did a poll specifically out there on the west side of a hospital versus a bio plant, they're going to pick hospital probably 10 out of 10 times. And that's just because that need is so prevalent for those folks, and it's a daily life experience. And myself, being a West Sider living in Patterson, I know and having young children and actually a pregnant wife, I know of having that proximity to the nearest hospital, of how important that is. And so that's kind of my dream, is that we do locate a trauma center or ER after hours hospital at the air base eventually, and I just would not want this to be in spite of that. And that is kind of where my hesitancy is.
Nor would I, as someone who started my career in public health. And so I would certainly, I think it'd be very important, and I think this is such a helpful kind of reminder of why we want to take such a thorough approach to site selection. And Supervisor Condon, I think to your point, one thing that's going into site selection is what existing activities are nearby.
Yes.
But I think to your point, also providing really clear and transparent analysis of what the implications would be for future activities should be part of that as well. I think that's a very important and helpful point.
That is my hesitancy. And because of that, and just with all due respect, I'm going to withhold my support today. And again, it is not anything disrespectful. It's just I have to have certainty in order to support this moving forward and continuing this process. I need to hear from those health providers. I need to hear from other industries. And I do have an upcoming meeting with Mr. Hendrickson down in Merced County to kind of discuss Castle along with some other potential investors and realtors and the attractiveness of locating other sectors and other industries next to something like this. Because again, this is our introduction this is kind of our highlight. This is our best foot forward for what the air base will be 50 years from now. And I just want to make sure, first impressions are everything. And so I just want to make sure that, because this is very delicate for myself and my district, I just want to make sure that this is absolutely our best foot forward. And I'm not trying to diminish your work by any means. I mean, no disrespect, because I have the utmost respect for you, but I will be withholding my support for this today, not saying that I can't change my mind once I do get reassurance and comfortability moving forward. But I need that in order to support this and to make this kind of the face of the air base, because that essentially is what it will be, is the face of Crow's Landing Naval Air Base for the next 50 years.
I'll defer to CEO Hayes, but I would love to clarify that I don't believe this decision today is identifying any site-specific things associated with the air base. Just
you're absolutely right.
Clarification.
I want to be consistent, and I know that we have supported funding up to a certain amount, but with the briefing and with certain questions that have come about and with my hesitancy, I do want to start a path of consistency so that as my comfort level grows, I will have maybe more room to support this moving forward. But as of right now, I'm sorry, I am kind of the anchor on this, and I apologize. I'm not as fast on the gas pedal, just because I know things have gone wrong with this specific site in the past, and then the last 20 years. And again, one false move, it could mean not having a hospital or not having the autonomous vehicle a company like Atwater. I don't know. I'm not certain. I don't have a crystal ball, and I can't predict where we're going to be. I just would feel more confident in doing my own research and my own homework and hearing directly from the horse's mouth from the CEO of Sutter or the CEO of Kaiser, whoever it might be, or another industry, that this wouldn't inhibit them from even considering this site as a future home. And so, again, no disrespect whatsoever, and I mean that sincerely, but I am going to have to withhold my support today. Not saying that can't change tomorrow. So, thank you again for all your work, though.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. You have a believer in me. I was at the UC Merced when you guys did the presentation with so many industry leaders, people that wanted to hear more about it, and people from the highest levels of state government. So it was really reassuring to see how many people, not only regionally, are vested in this project, but statewide, they were all impressed by everything that's been done. And so I appreciate you guys including me in that presentation at UC Merced. I know other people were vying for real estate leasing space, so that's when I named our CEO, our chief leasing officer. And so also, I know you guys mentioned ROI, and this is one-time dollars that came into the county to make more transformative investments. And so I know that we look at it $1, but the ROI on the jobs and the innovation that is going to be brought into Stanislaus County, I think there's no ROI you can put on that. So I appreciate that as well. I know I asked questions in the briefing as far as sustainability. I want this to be sustainable. I know you guys have, industry leaders, experts, and people that are very qualified on your guys' backbone team, and I want to make sure that we keep them here. So the investments that we're getting also need to cover our costs for sustainability in our project backbone team, and that was a question I asked many times because I am concerned. I don't want this to go for 2-3 years and then we don't have the investment to continue the team. And so I know there's money coming in, but I want to make sure a certain part of that money that's coming in is to the sustainability of our team, because this project is only as good as the team that's leading it, and right now we have a great team leading it. And so I want to see that come to fruition for years to come. So thanks again for the presentation, and I will be supporting this endeavor and continue to support in any way I can. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to take it to the public. No pressure, buddy, but if you have any questions. All right. Well, if there are no questions from the public, then I'm going to be bringing it back to the board for any further questions, comments, or a possible motion.
Motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Got a motion from Supervisor Supervisor Chiesa.
Second.
And a second by Supervisor Withrow. And if we can all indicate support by saying aye.
Aye.
And anybody not supporting, or nay, any nays? All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. All right, with that, that is our last item. So correspondence, please acknowledge receipt of correspondence and refer as recommended on the agenda. And then Board of Supervisor reports. Any of my colleagues have anything that they would like to report on?
I just want to say that the Turlock 4th of July parade is not on the 4th of July. It's this Friday evening. I know I've invited some of you to be with there, but there is a drone show at the end of the evening sponsored by the Air Board, trying to get people to not utilize the big fireworks. And so it'll be interesting. I've never seen one, but they're supposed to be pretty spectacular.
All right, if there's no other Board of Supervisor reports, legislative, fiscal, and management report, I don't see anybody in the audience, so CEO Hayes.
So don't do it?
No, usually we have members from the legislative bodies or the federal partners.
Thank you for that.
Back to the CEO.
Thank you for that clarification. So there were a couple of big news items over the last few work days or even over the weekend. Number one was I think you all saw that court decision that the Taxpayer Protection Act, as it was called, will not be included on the November ballot, as the changes that were proposed could not be enacted by that initiative, and the courts essentially ruled that it would require a constitutional amendment. For those of you not tracking what that was, who may be listening in to today's meeting, that was a bill that would substantially alter how we raised revenues, and there were just tons and tons of examples of things that have become routine in our ability to fund government services here that could be changed and altered significantly. So that was definitely big news throughout California. But the bigger news was that on Saturday, the governor did reach a compromise in the state budget with the legislature. We're just now seeing the details start to emerge there with votes scheduled later this week. I will tell you that overall, it does appear that the modifications and from the governor's May revise were favorable to some of our county departments. So we are hopeful that once those details emerge, that we see that the final budget recommendation is one that supported counties in terms of where we were at just with the governor's May revise. So more to come there, and we'll report back to you, I think, at our first meeting in July on what details we have. I do want to note, though, just so you're tracking, one of the highlight issues for me when I noticed was that it looked like state departments were taking about a 10% reduction almost across the board between vacant positions as well as just program reductions and decreases. So there's pretty sizable reductions in state departments. And again, I don't have all the details, so we could get some of that wrong, but it looks like state departments are getting hit pretty hard. Many of those state departments work closely with counties as well, so there might be secondary impacts. And then last note is that AB 2079, which was a bill imposing a state mandated program restricting local control of groundwater. That bill did fail and is not continuing. It was a bill, I bring this up because the board did submit a letter of opposition to that bill in late May, and I just wanted to report back that that bill did not move forward. So that concludes my report.
All right, thank you for the report and closed session. Refer to our county council.
Yes, we have quite a large closed session agenda today. First item is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1. We have 7 cases. Beard et al. Versus County of Stanislaus et al., U.S. District Court, Eastern District, and the case number is 121 CV 00841. We have Anguiano Ignacio versus County of Stanislaus. That's in Stanislaus County Superior Court, and the case number is CV 23002208. We have County of Stanislaus versus Fernandez Francisco. That's in the Stanislaus County Superior Court. The case number is CV 23000278. We have NRA National Prescription Opiate Litigation, United States District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division. Case number there is 117MD2804, and this is regarding the Kroger Company, and the reference number is CL789848. The next case is Taylor Webb et al. Versus County of Stanislaus et al. That's in the United States District Court, Eastern District of California. The case number is 119CV 01716. We have the Jeremy Westfall case versus County of Stanislaus et al. That's in the United States District Court, Eastern District of California. The case number is 121CV 00283. We have Thomas Adams Jr. versus County of Stanislaus et al. And that's in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of California. Case number is 123-00045. If we don't get through all of those, we'll continue them. Conference with legal counsel is the next order of business. It's regarding significant exposure litigation, and the board will be discussing that pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2 or 3, and that's only one matter. And the last item of business is conference with the labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency negotiators are Jody Hayes, Ryan Leop, and Jonah Navarro. The labor organization under consideration is the California Nurses Association and the Stanislaus County Deputy Probation Officers Association. And with that, appropriate for public comment? Seeing none.
All right, seeing none, we're going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you so much, Stephen, for sticking it out with us. Appreciate your patience and your commitment to the betterment of the